Alright, so, I have once again engaged in stupidity that will more than likely solve our problems. I say stupidity because it shouldn't work, but it's going to have worked, and I'm gonna be mad about it, but that's neither here nor there. You'll understand what I mean if things are moving perfectly well now for this game as well. Because that'll mean that my new graphics card is actually not helpful. Which is not going to be a surprise to me in the slightest, all things considered. Of course, I have forgotten how to play this game in the, like, 4 days it's been. But given the way it's moving and the fact that my CPU usage is not as high, I'm inclined to think that, yeah, I really should have cycled back to my old graphics card a while ago. Because, for context, the graphics card I was using is like 2 years newer than the one that I'm back to using now, and theoretically the specs are more or less the same. If anything, the new card is supposedly stronger in just about every category. Turns out that's a fucking lie. And I know why, but I'm not gonna get into the details on that. We've already grabbed that one. Basically, the short version is mistakes were made. That card is very good for a few things, but it's probably going to be left in the box outside of those specific situations that it's very good for. And if I end up needing to clear my throat a bit today, I apologize. Congestion has decided, hey, you're about to go live? Perfect time to happen a lot, right? That won't hurt what you're doing at all. There we go. Just giving myself a moment to reacclimate before I start actually trying to figure out where we're going. There we go. I might as well start with that one since it's reasonably close by. I feel like we were in there already. Clean all them out. I'm gonna climb up here because I feel like this is going to be better for us to get over there. Oh, right. It was the one we need to find a blue mushroom to open. Didn't we just see a blue mushroom? Or am I crazy? I might be crazy. Well, I'm definitely crazy, but that's neither here nor there in this whole concept here. Yeah, no, this feels so much better than it did on Saturday. I'm so annoyed with myself. This is another case of my stubbornness being a problem. Pages torn from a journal.
For the last fortnight, I've watched the planet grow closer and closer to the Ultra Void.
Okay, so they're aware they're in the Ultra Void.
When I look up at it, I swear I can hear the sound of everyone I once loved crying out in pain. Is it the same sound on every planet? I do not fear death. Not any longer. But I cannot watch another world suffer as mine has. May it end swiftly. Paragon Dandipause.
Once again, forgot to send the tweet, so let's go ahead and hit post before I forget completely. There we go.
So many souls counting on me. Don't give up. Not yet.
I still wonder if those red cracks on the planet are normal for that planet or not. Because if they're not, that's probably a problem. It's probably a sign that that planet is, not well off. Oh yeah, this is how we jumped over to the one that was on top of the cathedral building over there. Not the big one, the little one. Be really cool if I could get up on top of that, but I doubt that's possible. I don't remember where I needed red. I know we needed it, because I remember seeing it. That does not mean I remember where I saw it. Because I'm pretty sure we saw it literally today, in the past, like, 5 minutes. You teleported, you cheating bastard. There we go. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Did I leave the swearing warning on? Because I shouldn't have. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of that. There we go. Because I don't anticipate getting as agitated with this as I did with Liza P. Even then, I did not swear as much with that as I thought I was going to. Because I definitely had a good time with that. I've screwed up the jump. God damn it. I see where I need it now. You could actually see where you wanted it from where it was. Like, I'm sure I'll swear a little bit, just not gonna be nearly the tirade that I keep worrying that I'm gonna do. Just need to be over there. It does look like a grapple point there, though. So maybe that's what you're intended to do? Nope, that's not a grapple point. This is about to suck. Good news, that didn't work. Huh. Ah. It might be better... Hang on. Might have an idea. Yeah, because there's a grapple point there. But at that point, we're already up here, so that doesn't matter. I am being slightly stupid, though. All I need to do is do the mushroom jumps correctly, and we're good. God damn it. And of course, I say that and immediately jump for the wrong one. Which shouldn't surprise anybody. Yeah, I just cannot... He's stupid. The ledge is right there. Brain, please. Of course it doesn't work now. Wow, you also don't get much time. No, that... Is that even the right route? I might be taking the wrong path. Okay, without activating the thing, let's see where we can actually jump to from there. This way I'm not stressing the second I do that. No, in the time it takes me to climb, that will run out. Yeah, because that... You can't clear that. Unless there's like a slow fall suit we don't have or something. Which is possible? Help. I'm one with the floor. Send help. How do I keep managing to do this? There we go. I didn't even do anything, I just got unstuck from the floor after stopping for a second. Yeah, no matter how hard I hurl Ray in a direction, we can't clear that. Because this is what would be the closest point to that ledge. So if it were doable, that would be where you'd land. So I'm not really sure where they expect you to go. So I think we'll set that aside for now, especially since we don't even know what that's gonna do. And come back to that in a moment. Oh, right! We probably activate this first, and this will like make a bridge or something, and that'll probably solve all of our problems. And the blue one was up on a ledge back the other way. Somewhere. Because we saw that when we arrived back in the game. I just gotta figure out how to get back there again. Yeah, because there's the red one that we kept fiddling with. There's so many glowy bits everywhere, so I sometimes have a hard time telling what glowing thing I need and what glowing things are just there. There's Sid. Okay, it does still have a little bit of stutter to it, but it's nowhere near as stuttery as it was last time. So I guess... I guess in some ways I'm happy to see that, if that makes sense. Which it probably doesn't, but just trust me. It mollifies my mind a little bit. Okay, not allowed to do that. Got it. Here's the yellow one. But that's what we used to get in there, and we did the whole thing in there already. Is yellow used anywhere else? Oh yeah, there's another spot that we use blue there. But we still need to get blue. Okay. So what more than likely has to happen is we get blue, we bring it here. Which then allows us to get red, which probably allows us a better path to get the blue up there. Where's the starting point for blue? I know... Oh, there it is. Yep, it gives me a rail grind line down there. Okay. That's actually super helpful. Because now we go up there, grab red, we rail grind down. The line, and we drop it off where it belongs. And that makes another rail grind line, which we use to take blue to the door. Or, you know, camera angles will ruin my day, as they do. Because I didn't turn the camera, in case anybody's wondering. It decided a side view looked cool, so the game went ahead and did that. I'm doing such a bad job today. Like, we all remember how well I was doing last time. With no extra practice or anything. I was just zooming across these. Zero effort. With frame lag. And now that the game's running properly, I'm having a harder time. There we go. Hi. I'm gonna poke you in the eye now. And that presumably gets us access to something as
Another
well.
anomaly destroyed.
Or not. There's just nothing in here. Just a job well done. And at least that solved the mystery of how the hell I was meant to get Red over there, because, we weren't supposed to yet. Nothing new there. Trying to poke things I shouldn't be. Oh, it's all the way over here. Nope, can't reach that from there. Gotta go the other way. Oh, wow. Not often we actually skirt out on these edges so far. Outside of, like, the one hidden cache that was out on an edge before. Game, please. There we go. The camera being weird definitely almost ruined that one for me. But getting back in the groove of things. Things are back under control now.
Should scan for the remaining anomaly.
Infinitely less goop. I knew where it is in the relative sense, but yeah, there it is. I knew I was humming along too well there. Something was gonna be a problem with that idea. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay, there is solid ground where I was going. Looks like we're gonna have to climb to the top to get to the bottom. Or wait, hang on. Nope, entrance. Okay, there's a spot to use yellow spores. And there's a place to get yellow spores at the top. Okay. Oh, that led outside. Oh, God. So, that was a mistake. Maybe the spore thing is for after. Okay. God. It's so easy to get randomly hung up on things in this game. That's the one downside to this game. How the hell? I might be being stupid. There's a elegant solution to my problem here, I think. If I'm understanding this correctly. You know, if you would stop getting hung up on everything there, Ray, that'd be great. God. They made this one a pain. Everything's on such a tight timer and so far apart. Like, it has to be possible. Don't get me wrong about that. But for some reason, having actual frame rate is making this game significantly harder to control, which is interesting. You would think it would be easier to control now that I should actually be able to control. But for some reason, she's gotten much more squirrely all of a sudden. And very unwilling to grab what I want. Wait, I might be being stupid. Hang on. There might be a fundamental misunderstanding I'm having here, which is causing this to be harder than it needs to be. No, it's not a grapple point. Huh. I am slightly confused by this one. Like, I feel like I was doing most everything right with this. I just can't... I also feel like this is a very radical difficulty shift for this game, is all of these up to this point have been very straightforward and simple. This one is weird. Because they can't possibly expect you to come out here, hit the one out here, then go all the way back inside and go up. That seems physically impossible. But I can't see any other way to accomplish that, because trying to clear where that stone chip is also impossible. Like, is what I'm saying making sense? I feel like it is, but I don't know. Because, like, usually the line is what you follow to get to the next one. And the line leads me over here. But as you can see, I don't really have, like, great jump clearance off of these. So it's not like I can launch myself up the stone there and reach my target. And if that... The thing is, even if I hit it from down here somehow, the next one would then be impossible. So I don't understand what they're playing at with this, and I'm wondering if I am doing this out of order, if I'm supposed to do the thing with the spores first. And then the spores make this doable. The only problem is we have all this volatile goo everywhere. Now that was entirely doable to get to, though, so we'll see what these do for me. Yeah, they make rail lines. That's what I expected after what happened with the other one. Which takes us right up to that. Yep. That's what I figured. I was doing it the stupid way again. I knew something was missing. I just could not put my finger on what. And I can hit that without even dismounting the line. Yep. I knew that was being way harder than it was supposed to be, because there was... The way this game has been, there was no way it would suddenly have a difficulty cliff like that. it just didn't make sense. So I knew I had to be misunderstanding something. And in part, I had attributed that to I just have been away from the game for like 3 days. Maybe I'm just forgetting something. But no. It's the same mechanic that we just used. That I just wasn't thinking properly about. Okay, so Big and Ugly is over there. Tethered to that spot. I'm coming up there to your little planet, and I'm gonna fuck you up.
Here goes nothing.
At least it gives me a checkpoint on the planet up here. So now I gotta pursue this freak nature around up here, presumably. Oh! It's this kind of fight, huh? Okay. Targeting just did not. It's... I must have just been doing better last time then, because I feel like the targeting is being much less generous now, which I would assume is impossible. So I may have just been accounting better than I thought I was. Or this is one of those games that when it's running faster, it's actually worse. I don't know. Hello, Mr. Many Eyes. Are you gonna try to squish me? Yes, you are. Oh, you missed. I stabbed you in the butt. I am so glad I have multi-boost. That one was easier, honestly. That's 2 hits on the Withered Eye. 1 more to go, and then we put out this eyeball.
I think it's scared.
It should be. Oh, I've done a full loop around its body. Okay. There we go. Hit him in the butt. Oh, god damn it. For those wondering, I boosted at the wrong time. That one was my entire own fault. If I didn't boost there, I would have been fine. I just needed to wait to boost till I rounded that bend. But I, of course, got a little ahead of myself. we go. Here we go again. Like, this has to be doable without versus faster boosts. But for the way I move, the faster boosts are definitely helpful. Got him. And that's the Withered Eye done already. First half hour.
This again?
I feel like we're gonna do this every time we beat one of those.
I see so many of you. You blur together. You've taken no heed of my warnings.
If you could stop me, you would have by now.
I cannot stop you, but I can cause you pain. There are many ways to hurt someone. Even more ways to hurt oneself.
That is true.
Continue down this path, and you will suffer. Like me. Or worse.
And there goes another level of shield. I just got done maxing that out at the end of the last session. 2 more to activate. Did the eyes always bleed like that? I feel like they didn't. Not sure why its body ended up there. Either way, that's the Eternal Garden cleared.
Ray, you look exhausted. Are you sure you are feeling okay?
With what we've been going through? No.
I'm fine. You can stop asking me that.
You really don't sound fine when you say it that way.
Sorry. You are our highest priority. We were sent here to activate the Starseed, and you might be the last chance we have. What we meant to say is, we care about you. Helping you is no problem.
I'm sorry, Sid. I should have snapped at you.
You are under a lot of strain, but yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
I'm not doing so good. Everything here is dead or dying. Can't get that out of my head.
Not to mention the things we're killing too. That's a whole other layer.
Sid, I don't know what I would do without you.
Welcome back, Ray. What can we do for you?
Something must have gone wrong. Another Void Runner. Lost. I found Pyatt's body.
Poor Pyatt. We are attempting to recall a memory fragment. Perhaps we are mistaken, but we believe he was exuberant. He said something like, "The laws of equivalent exchange will set things right." Yes, that's right. He wanted to know if our processor was complex enough to understand the true power of the Starseed, and why he came here. We wish we could remember more.
So there's something else to the Starseed.
True power. Can the Starseed do more than just collapse the Ultravoid?
Uncertain. But Void Tech is a relatively unexplored technology, and despite our best efforts, unpredictable. Perhaps Pyatt knew more than he revealed. That was his way. It is productive to remember. Did our story comfort you?
No, not really, Sid. But thanks for trying.
Certainly.
I wanted to check to make sure I didn't have Pyatt's suit
How
yet,
can
which
we
means
help?
I am still missing one. One of
Can you
his
scan for
things.
Void
Scanning. There are two
Two.
uncovered How can we help you?
Okay, I'm missing 2
See
here
you, Sid.
still. Let's go see if we can find them then. Now, with how we've been all over this place, you would figure I would have seen something of them. But maybe this allows us access to somewhere we couldn't before? And that would be why it was placed here. don't know if we've been up here yet. I feel like we would have been led up here before, but maybe I didn't notice this. Nope. There's a cache right there. Either that or I went and looked at it and went, oh, I can't open that, and then ran off somewhere, as I'm wont to do. Really? That really looks like a way you just jump in there, but I guess not. I assume the idea is that you parkour around the mushrooms to get to the top, and there's a yellow up there, probably. You know, if it would actually grab. I might also be barking up the entire wrong tree here. I'm willing to accept that as a concept. Trying to, like, get a peek up there. But of course going lower isn't going to let me see higher. That would just be weird. And the yellow spawn isn't anywhere near here. It's that over there. Well, actually, that might be theoretically doable. Let's try that before I go on my weird mushroom climbing adventure. This is pretty far. But I won't rule it out until it doesn't work. Yeah, because it did work. I was overcomplicating it.
We spend so much time fearing this void, villainizing it. But in here, I see all of this diversity, beauty. So many parts of the universe bonded by destiny. Holy places have a resonance to them, a resonance I am well familiar with, and this place positively vibrates with it. I was chosen to walk among these clouds. I believe. Yes, it is only fitting to place the Starseed conduit at the foot of this shrine.
That's the helmet.
Starseed didn't save Pyatt. Why did he have so much faith in it?
Why does anybody have faith in anything? Because they blindly trusted it to do what they thought it would do. Nothing more, nothing less. That's how faith works. Faith is generally a trust without facts behind it. It's not to say it always is. It's entirely possible to have faith with backing behind it. But it's just one of those things where faith is frequently used where facts aren't. As a means of expressing that you believe something will work. And it's never to say that having faith in something is incorrect, because your belief could be correct. The only way to know is to let it play out and find out. I think this is where we came in. This is when we got the spooky view of everything up there, and we're like, ooh, I don't like it here. So I actually really do like the aesthetic, just it was like turbo spooky with the planet crawling eyeball up there. And actually, wait. It's brighter here or now. When did it get lighter? Did it get lighter when I killed off the thingy, or am I just crazy? I swear it was a lot darker on that angle we just looked at the place from. Did I literally just miss one that was this easy to get to? Oh yeah, sure enough. I think I got distracted before following through on that one. So there we go, there's all the caches for, yeah.
This place. This glorious place. I can still hear the choir's echoing praise. I can still smell the sacred incense. The roots of this growth were set down long ago. But I taste its fruit now. Today. Tufty thinks she can control the star seed with careful calculations and measurements. But the only way to unlock the star seed's power is to surrender to it. We must feed it everything we have if we want to be saved.
I think we're seeing Pyatt going off the deep end a little. Ooh, the suit regains shield energy when enemies are destroyed. I still like my extra boosts. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on just so we can look at it.
Feed it everything. Is that what it takes to activate the starseed?
I do like the look of this suit. Especially the cape. But I like my speed boost too much. That said, it doesn't really feel like we're slowed down that much on the boosts, actually. So we'll play with this for a while, just like I've done with all of them. We'll run around with each suit, and if I really feel like I need the speed boosts back, we'll go get the speed boosts back. Whee! Where am I going? $2,000 meters that way. That is definitely in another area. We're missing, like, all of Eric's stuff. We only triggered the one silent thing. The problem is, we went all over this place and I didn't see any more results for that. So I think for now we'll leave that alone. I'm gonna go out on a limb since it's 2,000 meters and bet that we need to go back to Ironroot. And the way that wall looked also felt right for Ironroot. Because I think I saw that wall there. Yep, 300 meters that way. Sometimes my memory just works. And sometimes acting on gut instinct is better than memory. You know, I can move so much... I can move even more fluidly. Having swapped cards. It's ridiculous. Ow. Problem is, moving more fluidly has a blessing and a curse attached to it, for sure. So I'm definitely throwing myself into a lot of bad positions because I'm zipping around too hard. Not that every move I made before was calculated at all. It absolutely wasn't. Okay, where exactly is that wall? Yeah, it's right there. Ah, I meant to climb up, not use the grapple. Well, perhaps. Yeah. There we go. Open up. Well, that certainly looks like it's going to be a problem. Get the feeling a lot's going to be revealed here. And it's going to be a lot of things we don't want revealed.
The planet shattered into thousands of tiny pieces. There was a flood of burning rain. Devils of swirling rock and metal created chaos as they flew all around me. I retreated to the safety of the forest altar. After some days, I dared step out into the open air. And it is strange. This new world seems to have folded in, as if it was always here. Paragon Danapause.
You know, there's also another consideration to be made, actually, now that I think about a statement especially like that, and the way these worlds seem to be fitting together like puzzle pieces. There's an
The
option.
water here is hazardous because, of course it is.
There's an option to the Ultra Void in that the Ultra Void is necessary. The Ultra Void might be just a part of the natural order of this universe in that it creates new planets by destroying existing planets. Basically destroying and reassembling. As whatever dictates it going places dictates. So we might also end up screwing up the whole natural order of things, if that logic is correct, by destroying the Ultra Void. Ah. Whee! And that's assuming the Starseed even destroys the Ultra Void. The way Pyatt's been sounding, it might not even do that.
Whoa.
Well, I'll be damned. You can already see that we're gonna have to jump around through all that mess. Oh god, it's electrified. Too right, Tiny, too right. Well, welcome to this. Whee! Is this one electrified? Yep.
Looks dangerous.
Okay, we're not going that way quite yet, then. Let's go back for now. Can I knock down the tree? No. But I can climb on this, which amounts to absolutely nothing. Very good. Now, I think I am meant to be up there. I just gotta figure out where the not zappy parts of this place are. And go from there, I guess.
This is Admiral Ames of the FCSU Calagon. You are interrupting a highly restricted military operation. Please exit the area or prepare to be fired upon.
Good luck with that idea.
Hold on. I'm a void runner. I'm looking for anomalies in the area. Maybe we could work together.
A void runner? How auspicious. You know about the anomalies? Do you swear fealty to First Citizen Dungeness Pertinax?
Who?
You don't know the first citizen? The humble ruler of Cyclodoria. They live a simple life and value wisdom and equanimity above all else. They ensure the wealth of our people is used to keep all galaxies safe and cared for.
Why does that sound completely inaccurate?
I don't know who they are, and I'm not interested in joining their club.
Exactly.
You may not follow them, but are you an ally of the first citizen?
Sure, that I'll say, yeah. I'll play ball on that idea.
Good. Rock up and meet me on the bridge of the FCSU Calagon. We need to discuss these anomalies.
You sound crazy, but you might be helpful. At the very worst, I can use you for something. And it certainly beats being fired upon. Game, please. Launch me. Whee! Checkpoint. Well, I missed the boost pad there. Well, that's not ideal. It's a really nice looking game. And it moves so well. Oh, okay, that hurts just by coming near it. Okay, very good. Very good. Ow. Good to know. I can skate on anything. I'm actually going too fast for this section, I think, is the problem I'm having. I'm doing too good. I need to slow my rolls so the game stops getting mad at me. There we go. So I like my boosters too much. Oh wow, literally just touching it once is enough to take damage from it. That... I don't like that. That's kind of poopy.
I don't think I can fix this. Should I break it?
Too late. Did it already. Can't fix it, therefore break it. That is still
Safe
electrified.
to grind now.
Oh, okay, I can use that one, which is a shortcut back up here for when I inevitably fall off. Got it. I meant to go this way. Whee! That deactivates the one down there. Like, this is definitely a game that's perfect for my capacity to just chuck myself into the void and hope for the best. Whee! Whee! Okay, that just leads back here. Okay. So what did I miss? Because I presume I missed something. Unless I deactivated something else. Oh, that goes all the way up to the ship. Okay. So that's not the one I need to be dealing with right now. I don't know if this is how I'm meant to get there, but this is how I'm going to get there. No, I was already here. this one's still electrified. I didn't go this way. This is where I went wrong. Whee! Okay. We still haven't found any logs here of whoever of our crew was here, but maybe nobody from our team was actually in this area, considering there's a ship here. Then again, they recognized what a Void Runner was, or at least pretended to, so maybe they do know where one of our people are.
That'll definitely be useful.
Just like, yep, everything's fine. You should have died, but I didn't. Well, that didn't work that time. Whee! Anyway. And we're back here. Yeah, we actually only just got this cape. This is the most recent suit we acquired. Whee! Because we've been acquiring the suits of our former companions along the way if we go find all their logs. Like this log that's over this way.
Oh, Sam, no.
Oh, wow. I found his last log first this time. Well, he was fine, and then he wasn't. Well. Let's see what we can learn.
Finding this ship was a fool's errand. Now that it looks like it's ready to blow, Tufty must have miscalculated. I doubt anyone has joined the kid at the rendezvous at the base of the Starseed. I need to gather them all and jet out of here before this place gets blown to high hell. Wait. Something's happening. It's activating. My God. What have
Uh-huh. That fits right about into what I thought happened.
I wish you were still here. I'm going to fix this.
Because last time, those that remember, I theorized that they had activated the Starseed. And it didn't go well. Looks like I was on the right track if we now have two different logs indicating that the Starseed has been activated. For those that weren't here, the idea behind the Starseed is to collapse this void that we're in to stop it from consuming our planet. If the Starseed has been activated and that hasn't happened, then something has definitely gone wrong. Which, considering everybody else is dead, well, something's definitely gone wrong to begin with. We just gotta figure out what. Let's go talk to a crazy guy. What's this?
Looks like it's on the fritz.
Yeah, it's not doing great. It does look like it's got the Starseed in the center of it, which is interesting. These are labeled "Use in case of emergency." It looks like they contain some sort of inflatable helix shell. Okay. Hi. Somehow you look exactly how I expected you to look, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Ah, Void Runner. You may not swear fealty to our first citizen, but I appreciate you coming to help. I carry with me some grave intel. We have
Yeah.
been on a mission to tactfully acquire resources from neighboring planets. When we returned home, or at least where home used to be, all we found was this treacherous void.
He's kind of like a snail in a suit, as far as I can tell. And as with many species, his planet got eaten by the Ultra Void. I'm here to
Show no signs of life, but we received a distress signal. Our first citizen, our guiding light, Dungeness Pertinax, must have helped everyone escape or find safety, but we can't locate them. They have gone missing. I have dispatched 4 highly skilled away teams to find them. Unfortunately, the away teams have also gone missing.
So your away teams went away. Okay, that's not ideal.
I fear they have crashed due to the unpredictable gravity and anomalies in this cursed abyss.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Flying around here definitely seems like a bad idea.
You want me to?
We must find the first citizen. They would have done everything to ensure the safety of our people, for they live a simple life free from greed and full of wisdom. Truly, they are the only one fit to justly rule over the kingdom.
You can already tell the look I'm giving this guy at this point.
I need you to hit the silt and find my away teams. Recover their intel. Help me ensure the safety of First Citizen Dungeness Pertinax and all of Cyclodoria.
And I hate to break it to you, but if the stories of all the other species I've encountered in the Ultra Void are anything to go by, you're the last member of your species, and I'm gonna leave you to decide what to do with that information. Thermos has a note attached to it. Grimclaw's special brew. Do not touch. I'm gonna drink it. Maybe I'll grow a weird stalk eyes. Alright, let's get out of here. That was completely unhelpful and unenlightening. But this rail seems to lead somewhere else, which is probably where we need to be. Look at that view. Whee! Oh. I see. I see. Huh. It goes multiple different directions. Is it based on where I... Yeah, it's based on where I'm facing. Okay. So if I take it this way... Void. Straight into the void. Whee! Yeah. This is why I shouldn't be getting in control of things like this. It is a horrifically irresponsible decision on their part. Whee. Oh, I see. I have to stay properly skating on that to not get burned by it. The second I stop skating and sink at all, we get burned. I keep reflexively jumping. Ah! It burns. It burns us.
Easy.
Whee! That way. What part of that way didn't you get? There we go. The good news about this suit is killing enemies restores my shields, so I don't have to go look for shield pickups anymore.
Is that one of Ains's ships?
Certainly the same design, so presumably yes. They got so far. They did such a good job of flying 10 feet and then crashing nose first into the ground. Clearly a very highly skilled away team. Ah, these are all on timers. Okay, I know what to do then. Tap. I missed it. Shit. Going back. There we go.
Someone needs a lesson in cable management.
To be fair, that's at least reasonably clean. I've seen worse cable management. Well, there's the remnant for the area. Mr. Big and Tall over there.
That remnant, it's familiar. Like I saw it in a dream.
He's kneeling to something. And that is a big fuck-off sword he's got there. Looks like it's made... It almost looks like it's made out of the wreckage of a ship. It's got a rail going up the whole thing, too, so I know one of the moves I'm gonna have to make to fight that thing. I'm gonna have to ride the damn sword. Okay, going this way, then. I landed on him. Dang it. Not even sure how I ended up getting acid burned, but it happened. Let's see.
This pavilion must have been impressive in its day.
I mean, it's still pretty impressive even in pieces, to be fair. So it's a little full of goop now, which kind of hurts the image a little bit. Oh, I think I see what I'm going to need to do here, and I don't like it. Do that as a preemptive measure. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, so I actually want to turn that slightly. Go more that way. No. That way. That might do it. Oh, I see. I have to do this one going up there. No, other way, damn you. Damn it! There was a hole in the floor. Okay, we know where we're going now, though. I gotta just not be so greedy with my jumps. Hi, I'm gonna poke you in the eye now. Up. And now most of the goop here goes away.
I kinda feel sorry for the things.
I mean, we are stabbing them in the eye. That's kind of fair. Oh. That mark means that there's another cache around here somewhere. Presumably up there. Off the weird goop uvula. Huh. I wonder if this is a case if it would have been much easier to get to before I destroyed that. The answer is most likely yes. Yep, that's about what I figured I'd find underneath that. Dead snail people. A lot of dead snail people. Probably hanging out, listening to a speech from those speakers, from their first citizen, and then... splat. Senator's Folio. Vote 73 failed just as the evening tide flowed away, leaving us with that terrible putrid reminder of the price we've paid for comfort. Allow me to correct myself. The vote did not fail, it was never allowed to occur. Today, myself and my fellow senators awoke to the Edict of Cyclodorian Liberty, banning us from voting on matters that could distract Pertinax from their stately duties. So what you're saying is it was turning from what appears to be like a Greek or Roman-esque republic over to a dictatorship. Ah, okay, we can potentially get up top of there from there. No, that's in fact going to be way too far.
Oh, wow.
Ow. Quite the view from here, if it weren't for all the mines. Yep, there's the cache on the roof. It's certainly a new perspective on things to be sideways relative to literally everything else. Nope, that's electrified. Don't touch that. Well. That was inconvenient. We're almost dead. Climbing up past all those mines definitely was costly. And there appears to be no healing in the local vicinity. Except up there, past the electrified rail. So that's great. Boy. can use this as a shortcut for sure. Or I might be able to go up there. Nope, it goes that way. Okay. That way I can use that as a shortcut. What? Oh! That's why the other one injured me. Okay. If I activate these, they electrify and do damage to me. So I need to take a different way back. Which is what this was for. Ah. I see, says the fool. I see. So, how else do I do this? There's another checkpoint. I want to activate that to figure out where it goes, but if I miss the jump, I'm dead. So let's not do that quite yet. That loops us back to here. Okay. The thing is, I do only need to activate the 2 of them. This is ill-advised, but let's do an experiment. Worst case, we'll respawn at the checkpoint and it'll be fine. Okay, so hitting them isn't what does damage to me. I have to actually be touching the rail it's attached to when I hit it for it to deal damage to me. Okay, it seems like now that it's active, it's not electrified anymore. That's what I needed to figure out. And that takes me up here, which gets me here, which gets me healed.
Not bad.
And then I can clear that rail.
Get back this way.
Okay. Everything is figured out. Everything is fine. Joke's on you. All you do is heal me. Don't like him hanging out in the goo. That's fine. I did that on purpose. Because now he's not there to interrupt anything we're gonna do around here. And we only lost 1 hit of health after we got all of it back, so... that's fine. I feel like I'm gonna need the jump pad active for that, so let's not fuck with that yet. And I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that these are gonna be on the same timer as the other ones. So I'm not gonna just blindly hit it either. Let's see. That rail leads me back to here, but does that actually help me at all? Aside from getting me more plasma, which I can then use to get more of my shield capacity back. The answer is a yes and a no at the same time, honestly. Because it gets me up here, which can get me other places, potentially including over there. Yes, I can make this jump. Okay. Which means from there I can go get the other one, which is right there. Got it. Don't think that's how they meant me to do it, but that's how I got it done. As usual. I missed one on the way up. There's two I need to hit as I go up, not one. Easy. Done. I need to pop all of those in order to activate the big guy. Once the big guy's activated, then I can kill him. And that cleans up this area too.
Whatever it takes. Right, Sid?
Hell of a place to be standing on. I think we all know I have to try this. Anybody with issues with heights or vertigo or anything, look away for a minute or two. This is gonna be bad. Ah! Okay, that part didn't work. Eh. Eh. Nope. I can't leave the gravitational pull of this segment here. Okay. You can look again now if you have problems with heights. It's fine. Just didn't work. I had a feeling there was gonna be too much gravity there for me to chuck myself like that, but I was gonna goddamn try. Because it was gonna be a hell of a lot easier than trying to climb up the actual tower here. Oh god, that is spinny though. It is real spinny. We haven't been over here yet. Oh hey, a cache. Ta-da!
I've spent much of the last days taking detailed notes on the surrounding architecture. It appears some sort of aquatic or amphibious race lived here. The pools of acid. I am uncertain whether they result from the Ultra Void's alchemy or simply a product of industrial waste from a careless world. I regret we were not the most caring custodians of our own world. I wish we had cared more for our planet while we still had the chance. So many things we could have done differently if given 1, 2 more years together with this new perspective. I suppose all we can do is learn from tragedy and hope there is a future, a chance to be better.
We got
I
pants.
wish we'd done a lot of things differently. Goes him.
I mean, if that is our planet still up there, then we still have a chance to avert disaster. But that depends on if the Starseed even does what we want it to. Considering there's high odds of it having been activated once already and it didn't do it, I have suspicions.
No rest for the wicked. Or the Void Runners.
Journal. Nothing quite like filling in the first page of a brand new journal. You shall keep all my secrets on a trip to Cyclodoria. Those idiots have paid me an outrageous sum to teach them how to make money from interstellar land holdings. I detest hyperspace travel, but hopefully they will have something good to watch on the holoscreen. One moment, I was safely nestled in my seat, readying my presentation on planet flipping for these crabs. The next, everything went black. When I awoke, I found myself back on land, but Cyclodoria was unrecognizable. I should have never come to this backwater planet. So they're crab people, then. Not snails. Could have gone either way with that one. Day 5. My pilot is dead, my valet is dead, no one is responding to my distress signals, and I have more money than the gods and nowhere to spend it. I must find my way back to the city, so I can buy a way off this rock. Now I've got some bad news for you about the city. Wait, page 14 and page 11, 15. Day 7. They're all dead, every last one of them. What cruel fate left me in this cesspool? Am I the butt of some cosmic joke? It helps to laugh. Day 13. I have found an industrial detoxifier and has proven to be my savior. Turns out there are plenty of life forms in these acidic waters. Strange, mutated things, but edible and not pleasant to taste. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm utterly alone here. Day 34. I found a book of meditations. They were written by Cyclodorian exiles who found salvation in the untrodden corners of the world. They preach the wisdom of silence. The irony is not lost on me. I have no one to talk to in this dead place. And yet, why do I feel thoughts arising that I'm unfamiliar with? As if I'm in conversation with a stranger living in my own head. Day 105. I've just completed my morning ritual. A lean breakfast of detoxified pufferfin, an hour of renovation to my new home, and meditation until my appetite returns. Day 207. My days in this place are tranquil. I want for nothing, but there is a time when a man must transcend his comfort, brace himself against the friction of the unknown. I will pack my bag with dried fish and sea kelp and go farther than I've dared go, out from beyond the ruins of Cyclodoria. I know there's more out there. I see the glimmer of distant, strange lands, and I welcome them. My heart is full with the knowledge that I'm more resilient today than I was yesterday. I need little to eat, and I can sleep on a hard rock or in a damp cave. All I need is that stranger in my head for company, keeping me on the path. I am ready. Well, a con man turned to Nirvana, apparently. So that's a thing. I'm not gonna lie, I really expected that last journal entry to be, I still haven't found a way off this rock, and then he's dead. But I guess he wandered off somewhere and he might actually be okay. Guess he's made out of sterner stuff than his first couple entries let him out to sound like he was. Ooh. There's a tunnel.
Huh. Wonder what's down there.
Well, we're gonna find out. It's a long damn tunnel. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume this was a vault for the first citizen to hide in and everyone wanted to get in to live. Citizens and senators, they didn't make it. The edges of the door are covered in claw marks. Looks like they'd been locked out.
It's locked. I should keep looking for Ames's away teams.
Like, either the riches of the world were in here, or their first citizen was hiding in here. Those are the two things I would expect to be true in there. And given the constant arrogance that first citizen is being described with, I would say the first citizen locked themselves away in there alone. And probably starved in there, if they even survived the cataclysm. And honestly, as it should be. I think if I time my jump a little bit better, I might reach that. Yeah, I can't disagree with the with these things. That might take me up there, which might mean something. Nope, too high. If that was a flatter launch, I think that would actually send us up there, but it tips up a little too much. It's so close, yet so far. I wonder if it would actually be better to point myself directly at that. That still gets really close, but not quite. There we go. I was jumping too early. Now we climb the giant space uvula. And we're there.
Start functioning. Arcs have been shooting into the sky. Pretty sure that isn't good. I need to find my crew. I'm going to see the crustacean and try to barter with them for a scuttlecraft. One of these derelict ships must have some juice left in it. These crabs certainly didn't know how to fly inside of a black hole, but I do.
If you were still here, Gozam, I bet we could have found a ship.
I mean, we found plenty of ships. We would just have to put one of them back together again. Which, you know, might be slightly easier said than done. What's up, Pazzy? How you doing, buddy? Am I gonna make this jump? Sure am. This has gotta lead somewhere. God damn it, game. The geometry here is just ever so slightly strange, so it's messing with me a little bit. There we go. There's actually nothing up here. Huh. Just the achievement of having bounced myself off the weird geometry to get here. Well, I'll take it. I did the thing. I don't think we've been over there yet. Looks like I would want to go over that end to get in there. Sorry to hear work's not going the best. And yeah, this game is fascinating. It's very short. Admittedly, it's only like a 9-hour game from what I saw. And we're over halfway through it. But they've got some fascinating ideas going on in here. And it moves and plays very, very well. I'll just tank the acid to get across here, it's fine. Nope, didn't last long enough. I needed to have done that without having touched the first one. Where even am I? Oh, I'm back up here. I know where I am. Need to get back down from up here. It's got the same visual style as Risk of Rain, but that's about as far as that comparison would take you. It's very much exactly what you'd expect when you consider the fact that it's made by the same people that made Hyper Light Drifter. They basically took Hyper Light Drifter and made a Jet Set Radio game, is how this feels. It's like, there's rail grinding, there's skating on everything and everywhere. Though there's a bit of Shadow of the Colossus with the boss fights, like that guy that we'll be dealing with in a bit. If I would just stop making life decisions like that, we'd be getting a lot further, probably. But I'm trying to find... Because in every area there's 5 caches that will get you a new suit that has a special ability. I'm intrigued to find the rest of the caches in this area, so that I can find out what Gozam's suit does. Because right now we're wearing the suit of Pyat, which gives us our shield back when we kill an enemy. Which is very handy, and it looks very nice. I think I've got 3 left in this area, because there's always 5. And I know I've at least seen 2. No, I've seen 3, because there was one at the beginning of the area too, so I'm only missing 2. They're generally fairly easy to find, as long as you know the right mindset to find them. There's also little beams of light coming off of them if you can spot them. But a lot of them are indoors, so you can't really see the beams of light too well. That said, we need to go over there anyway, because that's where another one of our targets are. Looks like we're gonna have to sail on the Sea of Acid again. Looks like we actually really do want to be over here. But we haven't seen the Sid point for this place yet either.
Most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Which, now that I think about it, is rather odd, because usually we find our sync point for Sid fairly early on, so I must have just missed it. Well, everything about this is awful. Okay, I see what I'm gonna have to do here, and I really don't care for that. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. There's where the eyeball's gonna be. So we're gonna have to loop back around to hit that. Where do you go? You go that way. Which means I'm gonna want this going... No, try again. That way. Did it really go all the way back around again? Got it. First try. Because there's 5 caches, and in most areas there's like 4 of these to do to activate the boss. And I think we're most of the way done on activating him, too.
Remnants anyway. Remnants of what?
Yeah, we still haven't found Sid here yet, so we don't actually have the map for this area. We've got almost everything else. Wait. Yeah, there's 6 parts to Gozam's suit. Huh. So I'm actually gonna need to find an extra cache here. Everywhere else was only 5 parts. That complicates things. Ow, 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 it burns, burns, it burns, it burns. It Burns my feet. And I don't like it. Anything hidden down there? Maybe. Ow, 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 ow. Nope, nothing here. It burns, it burns, it burns, it burns, it burns. This was a choice. It didn't work. Whee! Well, that put me back in a more reasonable place anyway. Ah, da, 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 da. Oh yeah. Life choices happened. They were not great choices, but curiosity was too strong. There we go. Exactly. You gotta find out what happens. Did I actually, like, miss the Sid point all the way back at the beginning or something? Sure did. Okay, let's go back and go get that so I understand more about what's happening here. I'm gonna have to fight that. He did a real good job of pursuing me for a change. Credit to him. Oh yeah, it was right where I came in. I just got immediately swept up by the camera angles and such that happened when we got here.
Critical systems offline. Repair network to resume functionality. Anomalous power sources detected. Sending location data to your multi-tool.
This is how you're supposed to find the targets you're supposed to be destroying, is she'll give you their locations so you can scan for them. We already killed most of them without even having that. But now we have the map, so we know how much of anything we need. Yeah, 2 more before we can fight the boss.
Network interference detected. Loading emergency services.
There's our achievement for finding Sid in the Mirror Sea. We'll go and get our last piece of shield back again.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Can you scan for Void Runner?
Scanning. There are 3 unrecovered Void Runner logs in this sector. How can we help you?
And to quickly show the suits I have at the moment, this is the one you start with. It doesn't do anything. You're just kind of busted up after you arrived. This is your repaired version of it, which lets you do that slow down time and reach further thing you saw me do earlier. Irving's suit, which we picked up in the first place, gets you double plasma, which is our currency. Versus suit, which is the one I've enjoyed the most so far, makes your boosters cool down faster. And the one we're wearing now, which is the one I like the most stylistically, is Piat's suit. The shield will recharge when you kill an enemy.
How can we help you?
I'll get you back online, Sid.
They're all really good for one thing or another, pretty much. And stylistically, they're all enjoyable. Okay, one is behind him. One is still up there? Huh, so there's 2 up there, then. Interesting. Now, that won't tell us where the caches are still, of course. We still need to find those on our own. But now we know where the remaining things to get the boss fight are. And it's entirely possible that another one of the caches is back down there somewhere. Or up there in that mess. Considering there's 3 more caches to find, I wouldn't be surprised if I found most of the ones that are up here and there are more hidden down here. Because we found 2 over here and 1 in there, but none down in this. So I feel there it is, right there. You can see that little blue line going up into the sky that's all pixelated? That's a cache over there. And I found a shortcut to it, somewhat. Nope, that jump is not doable from that. Okay. Get out of here. Yeah, you've got some good distance vision in this game, which is very helpful. But they hide those caches in some dirty spots. Like, there was one that was literally underneath the entire rest of the map. That you had to use the funky gravity of this place in order to find. Okay, that just takes me up the ledge. That doesn't actually launch me like I thought it might. So I'm not sure what the point of that one is, aside from getting back up. Oh, I think I understand. I need to go this way. Use this one to go across. And then this one goes up. Not the way I want you to go. That way. No. That way. You don't go up, huh? Oh, I see. Ta-da! Okay. I'm sure there's some very heavily buried still.
I got clear readings from the top of the dam. If Tufty's calculations are correct, and core energy levels match our predicted wavelength, we can collapse the Ultra Void. Been studying the planet for the last few hours. It's not looking good. I just hope we can get the damn machine started on time.
But is it lore that actually did something, or is it just lore?
I'm going to start it up, Gozam. I swear.
Still in the camp that starting the Starseed up is not actually going to help us anymore. I feel like that ship has sailed.
Oh no. This doesn't look good.
We were here already. What doesn't look good? Or do you just mean the broken ship? Because, yeah. Ah, okay. Most of the lore seems to just be lore in that game, but every now and then it leads to something. Triggered all those already. No, that's too close to where the other cache was. There's just a crystal up there. If I were hiding another cache, where would I hide it? Well, for scanning the planet, he was checking on our home world, probably, which is up there, which is currently being pulled into the Ultra Void. The Ultra Void is where we are now. It's a massive black hole we're trying to collapse before it destroys our planet. The Starseed is what we're trying to activate to collapse said Ultra Void, which is what we're destroying the remnants in order to restore? Based on logs we found before, it's implied that the Starseed was already activated and it didn't work. For reasons that have not been gone into yet, but are very heavily suspected to have been sabotage. Or deception to begin with, as far as what the Starseed was meant to do. At the current rate of things, I'd be very surprised if collapsing the Ultra Void didn't destroy the planet anyway. But that's what us Void Runners are here in the Ultra Void to do to begin with, is save our home world from being destroyed by the Void. Basically, yeah. Which, admittedly, the first mistake on that line was letting the Ultra Void get this close in the first place, because there was apparently debates upon debates upon debates on the homeworld of what to do about the problem, and the Void Runners took it upon themselves to go in there and do it themselves because the world governments couldn't fucking get their heads on straight to do anything. Which is just too real, honestly. Yeah, that didn't work out the way I wanted it to. It ate my double jump. Whee! I definitely wasn't supposed to be running around on those. Now, each member of the Void Runner team had planted a conduit for the Starseed in each area they had gone to. We're currently trying to find the rest of Gozem's logs to determine what was happening with his conduit and figure out what happened to him, since with each Void Runner we found a ghost image of them near their last log, indicating how they died, but only a little bit. And so far, each of them has in fact been dead, as far as we can find. We are the only surviving member of the Void Runner team, and we arrived unconscious. So there's very real possibilities that everybody's been dead for a while. But there's a lot of what if on that. There's no confirmation of a lot of things. This is all meant to be you figure out what you think of this. Is like there was a log from Verse implicating Piat, the one whose suit we're wearing, as being against the cause of actually using the Starseed. But from what we saw of Piat's logs, he absolutely wanted to activate the Starseed, but his purpose for it was different. He saw it as a religious experience to a degree, and was excited about what the Starseed was going to do, but there were heavy implications in what he was saying that the Starseed wasn't meant to collapse the Ultra Void at all. As far as I can tell, no. I don't know what we are, but human ain't it. Like, I don't even know if this is, like, meant to be in a similar universe to Hyperlife Light Drifter at all. But design-wise, these characters are somewhat similar to the Drifter. But that may just be a stylistic thing, rather than actually meant to be anything. Did I read this one already?
The planet.
Yeah, I
Shall
did.
treat a Targon Danderpaw.
And we keep finding these logs from Tarragon Danderpaws as well, indicating that they witnessed a bunch of events here of planets being pulled into the Ultra Void. Because at the very least, that last log indicates that they were there to witness the latest planet be pulled in. Yeah, this is back where we were before. This is Ironwood Basin. Which is not where we want to be at all. I just wanted to get another perspective to look around up there again to make sure there isn't a cache point or anything. Did they hide one underneath again? Doesn't look like it. Thanks to the nature of the Ultra Void being basically a black hole, that's why gravity functions the way it does here. Everything's kind of being weirdly compressed and jammed together. Is each of the places we've been so far have actually been parts of various planets that were consumed by the Ultra Void. Still that thing floating out in the air over there. I don't know what the deal with that is. But it bugs me. But I don't think it's something we actually need to worry about, just it's weird. It doesn't match anything we've needed to worry about up to this point, so I don't think it's related to either a cache or to progress. It's just odd. Because it might just be like one of these not rendering properly in the distance or something, too. That is a possibility. I feel like there's something up on one of these ridges, though. Since they're so difficult to get up on top of. Yeah, and that only launches me up there, so it's not like that's possible. There's nothing over there. It might just be that you're not meant to get up there. Because we didn't see any beams of light coming off of up there. So unless they just, like, hit it right under a ledge up there, I don't think there's a cache up there. So I think this area is clear. What's this? There's just a bit sticking out over here. And I'm not entirely sure what this cloud stuff we're riding around on is. That's literally just what it's been referred to as by people in the game. Just cloud stuff. It's presumably just random gunk and such from the galaxy that's been pulled into the Ultra Void and mashed together just solid enough that we can skate on it. But the reason why a lot of the characters are suspicious of Piat is they're the one who understands Void technology the most out of the bunch. At least from what I've been able to gather. And they've been kind of keeping how a lot of it works close to their chest. So of course people get suspicious because they don't understand. It's also just a little weird, so that tends not to work in their favor either. Because that's the ship we were talking to the crab captain at, so we don't need to worry about going up there for a cache, because we were there already. I think we were up there already. I don't think those are physically possible to reach. Yeah, this gives me another angle at that area I was just looking at. It doesn't look like there's anything there. Like, there's some junk, but it doesn't look like any of that's important. Whoa! Game Y. Actually, that might be where one of the away teams is, though. There is a broken ship piece there. God damn it. And I've gotten every log so far. Which is why I'm as gung-ho about finding them as I am right now, because I may as well keep the streak alive. And the game's also even shorter if I don't. Like, we're over halfway through, if activating the Starseed is all we have to do in the game. And we're almost ready to do that 5th one. So that's why I'm willing to kind of putter around and try to find these logs. And I want to know what's going on, and I want the suits like I was talking about before. Because it's genuinely gotten me curious, and that doesn't happen that often in Wood games anymore. Because you see too many of the same stories. Just written differently to pretend to be different. That too. Collect the thingies. Get the stuff. Yeah, that just looped me back. Looks like... No, this is a different skate portion. I guess the other caches have to be up there somewhere. We're only missing 2 now. Though, actually, no, if you look at the order of them, I'm missing the first one. And the first one's usually near where Sid is. Sid being the artificial intelligence that is aiding the Void Runners in general. Though at this point, just us, because we're the only one left, but that's neither here nor there. Gravity had a moment there, but we don't need to think about that much. Everything's fine. And that's the Starseed up there. The big set of floating rings. It got injected into the Ultra Void, and we were then supposed to come in and activate it. Using all the conduits, and, it's not been going the best, all things considered. So if my logic is on track, there should be a cache somewhere around here. Game, please. Thank you. Why won't you grab that? That is clearly within your reach. There we go. Well, there's more plasma. The thing is, there would have been a sign somewhere on here if this was where it was. There's a book here, though. An excerpt from a book titled How to Win in Money and Influence Bureaucrats. Corporations have all the rights and privileges of a citizen, but it is impossible to send a corporation to jail. So if you just keep committing crimes as a corporation, you can be certain to enjoy a life free of government meddling. I hate how much sense that makes. Is sending a corporation to jail is kind of like sending a concept to jail. It just doesn't work. I might be onto something with this, though. A torn newspaper. Minister of Environmental Security, Ovidus Veritas, is fired for spreading lies about rising water acidity. Falsely, he claims a profitable industry have been polluting our water. Well... I jumped down here on purpose. But the purpose seems to be not panning out, all things considered. Whee! Oh, that put me further down than I meant to. I thought I interacted with Sid enough to have gotten that to count. Just standing up for a second to make sure I stretch. It does not do to get stiff. Okay. Grab that. Now the question becomes, was there any point to what I was doing over there? And the answer to that question, I think, is no. I don't think there was any point to being in that higher part. There definitely is a point to where I ended up, is that's where the one of the pings we had for where we needed to be was. Let's actually talk to you, so I use you as a checkpoint.
I'll get you back online, Sid.
Because if I hit the button, you'll see what I mean. Boop. See, it's over there, and then there's one up there again. Whew. If I was still on that acid when that finished going, I would have died. Parkour! Exactly. There's gotta be a cache in there somewhere. There's too much crap going on over there for there not to be a cache there. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Just casually slap him away, like, no, bad. Ah! I should have waited just a little longer and then jumped. I would have been fine. I definitely was not taking the intended path when I was doing that. Oh, come on! I touched solid ground. Fine, I'll go the other way. Fine, I'll take the long way around to go the other way. Not letting me have my fun with my shortcuts. Meh. So this really does not seem any better, all things considered.
My life support systems are toast.
What? Oh, so... What the... Oh my god. So he activated because I bumped into him. The thing is, I thought I could go under his hand. Turns out I can't. That's solid. Despite how it looks. Getting a little bit of a headache, though, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, quickly check on something. Okay. Once more. Rude. I gotta wait so I don't fry my life. There we go. That's right, you go back there. Leave me the hell alone. Yeah, not the biggest fan of this poison mechanic, not gonna lie. This entire time I've been going about getting up there the wrong way. That's a much shorter path. But you know, wouldn't be me if I didn't try to get there my own way. Yeah, not going anywhere there. I'm really glad it worked out when you helped me make that emote actually work there, Tiny, because boy oh boy, you are getting some use out of it. Hate everything about this. Can't use that as a trick. Uh-huh, okay. Well, this might work. Oh, no, this is a better idea. Okay, that's definitely where the target is, because you can see the blinking thing there, yeah. Which means there must be something else out this way. Ah, more dead people. Clearly that's what I wanted to find, yes. Yes, more dead people. I mean, I guess technically that would be true, actually. Just the caches of dead people, not actual dead people. And it ate my momentum, because that ramp is apparently a little bit fucky, so we'll go back around and do that again. Nothing bad happened. There we go.
This didn't end well.
Nathia Squad, field report. Our ship has become wedged into Ida's Tower of Pleasure. By some incredible stroke of good fortune, we seem to have landed in a massive pile of pillows, which cushioned our fall.
That is surprisingly lucky.
I think if we all work together, we can use our strength to lift the ship over our heads long enough to unwedge it and fly out of that.
I'm gonna guess that didn't work.
Looks like an away team. I should let Ames know. Right to Ames, right to Ames. I found Nathia Squad.
Glorious. How are they faring?
It seems like they were crushed by their own ship.
No, my crew, they're heroes. They found a glorious death in the name of the Empire, and will be immortalized in song for ages to come.
Yes, gloriously crushed under the weight of their own ineptitude.
Hopefully, these will be the only lives it costs. Please, hurry to the others.
I will. Rest easy, Nathia Squad.
That said, safe to say there isn't gonna be a cache where this is. Considering Nathia Squad seems more recent? Like, I don't know that, but that's just what my gut's telling me about how these events are lining up. Might be something over there. Nope, that's just a wall. Yeah, it was worth a shot. There could have been an entrance to something there. Nope, nothing there either. Nothing except anti-progress. Oh. It's just that, okay. Excuse me. I feel like I'm barking up the wrong tree for getting over there, but maybe? No, that seems like too high a jump at the end of that crossing. Not to mention just a bit too long a crossing. Not saying it's impossible, just saying that doesn't seem correct. Especially when you look at the follow-up. And then you consider that. There we go. Now we're in this section. I wonder if all the away teams are here, or if they're actually going to be some in other areas that I need to go find.
Ames is not going to like this.
Oh, well, that answers the question where one of them ended up. He appears to be a little cooked. A collection of smoking carapaces. The rigid patterns of electrical current have been etched into their shells.
Simithoa Squad, field report. We have crashed into the remains of a capsized ship. Our generators were damaged in the crash, and we are running low on power. The crew and I are going to climb up these damaged cables to get a better survey of the area.
Well, I think we know what happened here.
Climbing in the dark is a great way to get everyone killed. So I have sent Private Grimclaw to see if they can reactivate the ship's power drives.
Oh. You know what else is a great way to get everybody killed? Climbing on live wires.
This must be one of Ames's away teams. I better let them know what I found.
I don't know if he's gonna want to know this one. I don't know which one's worse so far.
Right to the Eucaligon. Admiral, I think I've found something.
What is their status?
They're, well, fried.
Ah, of course. Our journey has been a long one, and burnout is only natural.
Yes, but no.
No, I mean literally. They seem seem to have gotten electrocuted by some of the broken ships here. I'm sorry, Ames. They're gone.
Half of the crew gone on this broken world.
So sorry.
Grieving their sacrifices is selfish and detracts from what they died for. The right thing to do is believe in them, in life or in death.
I respect what you're going for here, but I don't think that makes sense.
Rest in peace, Simithoa Squad.
Okay, it's another timed segment here. Yeah, I didn't have enough time because I took a second to think.
No one will believe me when I tell them about this place.
Are we even gonna get to tell anybody about this place? That involves us getting out of here alive first. And not exploding when the starseed goes off. And presumably destroys this place. Which I'm still noticeably on the fence about that actually working. There we go. Yep, this is the one that got the furthest. They actually made it up here and then got fried anyway. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're guarding anything important. Also, pay no mind to the spooky noises that it makes. And when we get close to it, it's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, come on. That one was rude. Placing it up there where it's hard to reach. Off of a jump. Game, please. Let me off of it. Thank you. Come on. You can do it, Ray. Come on. And I couldn't jump again for some reason? Did I double jump on my way up? I really don't know. Where the hell? This one's weird. This one doesn't seem too bad, but it's a little weird. I almost feel like this is one I do actually want the enhanced boosters. That time the camera ruined me. It spun around to try to show me where it was and completely screwed my movement. You really can't be taking people's camera control away when they're in mid-air game. It's not nice. Once again, I'm in mid-air and it fucking yanks me out of the air. I basically have to flail and pray on that one just because the game keeps screw-jobbing me. And I don't care for it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're meant to fall down. There's no way you end up not falling on that one. Come on, there we go. Yeah, that one was just kind of jank. I like the idea of what they were going for with it, but I don't think it really worked. That one, I think that's the only one of these that I really can say I didn't like.
Almost done, Sid.
Just because it makes it feel like the camera's fighting you, and that's not helpful. Like, even then, in the end, it's not bad, just the other ones were better. All this area, and there wasn't a thing here. Huh. It's very surprising, honestly, and I feel like that means I must have missed it somewhere. Especially considering this is here. What is this for? Like, is this just a different method of crossing to get here? And there's another crystallized plasma thing, but nothing... Is this where the camera change happens? So that's not... Huh. Huh? Huh. I don't get it. I officially don't get it. Like, maybe I'm just being needlessly suspicious, but I feel like there should have been a cache here. Oh, there's an invisible wall here, apparently. That was weird. Was it because they were trying to hide something, or was that just janky clipping? I think it was just janky clipping. And there's just the one more target, and it's up there. There's a bit of wall with crystallized plasma over there, too. Considering that's over where the ship was, I know we would have seen something if there was something over there. Other than that. But it never hurts to double check. This would have been a clever place to hide a cache. But it appears to not be one. That said, do you see what I see? There's a climbing point here, so what's over here? Or is this just the way we got up here / another way to get up here? My right eye keeps getting weird pains in it, and it's upsetting me. Huh. I think this is the way we were trying to get up here in the first place, and I just couldn't reach here. No, this is definitely just a way up here. Okay. Well, that sucks. This is Solar Ash. It's the new game from the Hyperlight Drifter people. Apparently in between that and Hyperlight Breaker, because the last thing I heard they were making was Hyperlight Breaker, which was supposed to be a co-op game. Mostly, yeah. There's a little bit of combat. And boss fights involving things like that over there that we're still working towards dealing with. I'm currently trying to find the last 2 caches to make Gyozam's suit to find out what abilities that has. But I'm not having much luck finding them. They're hidden somewhere. Where? I don't know. I totally made that jump game, and you know it. Wait. We did get this cache already, yeah. Guess let's go up here and deal with the last thing for the boss and see if we spot something while we're at it. Physics don't mean a thing around here, cause this place is really weird. Now, we were already up here, and I don't know where that other attack point is up here, but apparently there's another one. It's under me. Huh? Hold up. Might be onto something here. We did avoid doing a couple things here because of the poison and the fact that we were at low health before when we were here. So this is probably important. The coloration varies from area to area.
On the other side of that waterfall.
This is definitely one of the more colorful areas, I would say. Aha! This probably leads into that vault we saw before. Whee! Or... Whoa. Okay. You know what? I don't know why I thought we were going to the vault, considering it's in a different part of this area. Well, that was a weird experience to have, for sure. Ah. There's the way to be able to more readily... Oop, there's one of the caches, in fact, too. God, there's a lot of enemies here. Can't reach him. Oh, there's one of these jerks here, too. That's part of the problem. Okay. These, I presume, yeah, only go one way or the other. Not any direction you hit it into. Ooh, like the other ones. But presumably that's gonna lead where I want to go. Yep, there's the cache. What else you got for me, Gyozam?
I've been in black holes before, but this is unlike anything I've ever seen. The density spikes are so erratic. Can't blame the skipper for a premature landing. This thing is hurtling through the galaxy on a direct collision course with our planet. But Tufty and Pied are convinced they have a solution. And I'll take any hope in a time like this, even a fool's hope. They say they can collapse this whole thing, render it inert. I've gambled on worse odds.
Because that's the whole thing we're trying to do here. In theory, if we activate the starseed that we've placed inside here, we will collapse the Ultra Void and save our planet. So far, things haven't been looking great for that whole endeavor.
Oh, Gozam. The odds finally caught up to you.
Like, this game moves so well, looks really good. It's just a little mean at times, as demonstrated there. Okay. There we go.
That should make things easier.
Ah, that's probably a shortcut back up if I screw up. So far, I'm just really not a fan of the radioactive acid mechanic this game's got going on with this area. This is specific to this area, though, at least. I haven't seen this stuff anywhere else. And we've gone through 4 other areas. So I figure if I was going to see it again, I would have seen it somewhere else first. Okay, game. Thanks. It just did not adhere to that rail, which has happened occasionally. Oh, so that just loops me back there? No. There we go. Now we climb around here, hit that. The rail grind leads up to here, and now we're there. I think. Ah, that's where the target is, up there.
Nice.
Another shortcut to get here. Well, we already had our conversation about Liza P. And I can't really say I would recommend one over the other, because they're two very wildly different things. I feel like that's just... There's just not a metric I can use to say yes to one over the other. Like, that's very much a case of... I've been enjoying this more, but this is also a very easy game
I've lost
so far.
contact with the team. The last message I received was an incoming transmission from Tufty with dire news. The whole... well, apparently, it's worth saving. I trust that woman's brain with my life, and if she says it's... then I believe her. It's time to cut our losses and join the evac squadron before they FTL out of here for good.
So I think some of that static out wording is it's beyond saving, and if she says it's fucked, then I believe her. That sounds about right. It's like, there's been a lot of fascinating ideas going on here, and I'm very actually interested in what is happening with this story. This suit doubles your attack power. That is not what I expected this suit to do. And double attack power is actually not something I need. The regular enemies haven't been that much of a threat, and bosses aren't reliant on attack power. They're actually based on your ability to move.
We missed our chance to get out of here, Gozam.
The armor I've got right now restores my shield when I kill an enemy. And I have those 4 hits of shield you see up there. So that's been more useful to me. Because otherwise I'd need these pickups here to get my shield back, and... well, it's not really, like, armor per se. It's the person who died's actual suit, and I'm assuming their suits are meant to be a reflection of their personality, to a degree. Like, it's a reflection of them as a character. He was a bit of a gambler, so it makes sense that his suit would be primarily about making him hit harder without having any call for survivability. The Rust Dragger, the massive anomaly. Time for the next boss fight. We gotta go climb that thing. In the interest of getting there more conveniently, I'm just gonna actually warp back down to the Sid point that's right in front of where he is. And now that we've got all the caches, all we gotta do is beat this thing and we're out of this area. But, like, with how easily I disposed of that guy, for example, that's why I don't feel like I need more attack power. Here we go. These fights are really exciting, but they're also really difficult a lot of the time. That's always a tricky question. Like, usually the easy answer is, well, which one have you done more of recently? Which would more than likely be staying in game. But you might just not really want to go be amongst people that much. And going outside would require being amongst people, at least at some point. Okay, game, I don't know what happened there. Sometimes it goes a little weird, especially when the camera decides it wants to spin and be cinematic. Well, I hit it. I got the feedback saying I hit it. It just apparently didn't count?
You're okay. Just need to take a breather.
Which, this game is not without its bugs. Sometimes things go a little weird. And, you know, it's me, therefore I attract all of those. Yeah, so far, this has probably been my favorite armor aesthetically, but I like the armor we had before this a little bit better, because it gives us more boosts. Because our boosters recharge quicker, which allows us to change direction more readily and maneuver better. Which is a massive help in this game. And now, if that attack power thing was increase my attack range, I absolutely would have been on board for that, too. Ah, there was two of them. That was the problem. They were close enough together I couldn't tell that there was a second one. That was the problem. Okay. That's hit one. Now I just gotta do two more routes across him to get a hit there, and then the fight's over.
Is that the best you've got?
He might be aware of my presence now, though. Yeah, he's getting mad. I'll start from this side now. Yeah, this game got my attention more than Lies of P because of the fact that this is more unique. I can't really say I've seen anything exactly like this before. Like, it's obviously doing a lot of things other things have done, but not quite in this combination. Like, climbing on giant bosses is very Shadow of the Colossus, for example. And all the parkouring and skating and everything's been done in things like Jet Set Radio and more recently Bomb Rush Cyberpunk and things like that. Which are all good games. This just combines a lot of that. And I lost track of where I needed to go. And failure isn't much of a punishment, because you lose one hit of your shields, and then you can just go get more shields. Hey, Amber. Just climbing giant things, don't mind me. No, not that point game. That one. I need to go climb the big scary thing. Ah, there it is. It's just so hard to keep track of where some of those end up going because this camera's not the greatest for what it's wanting to do sometimes. And I now understand why there were some camera options like keep camera locked to the ground. Because ground is a very negotiable concept in this game sometimes. There we go. Hit number 2. One more and he's done for.
Sounds like it's in pain.
Well, we just did kick him in the chest twice. I can't help but feel that that's going to be somewhat painful. Now, how do I get up this time? Ooh, he's about to do a thing. Well, that answers that. Up we go. Rolling around, speed aside. Whee! Game. Well, that was upsetting. It just did not adhere to anything. It just went, ah, you're gonna fall now. But how about no? It's like, well, no, you're gonna fall now. Okay. Nothing to be done. I see you've jammed it in the ground. Okay, what am I supposed to do with that game? Hello? How about we do this somewhere else, shall we? I'm over here. I'm over here and try to stab me with the giant sword of doom. Or you could stab it over there again. At least I found the point anyway, so it's fine. Oi. Yep, I lost all momentum there. This is a tricky one. None of these have been, like, crazy difficult, but a few of them have had at least one round that's really hard to figure out and takes a few tries, and this is definitely another example of that. But each time I get a little bit further, and eventually he's going to die. And if it looks hard to keep track of where anything is and where I'm going, don't worry, it's just as hard for me. A lot of this is I'm just making it up as I go along and praying for the best. And we got it. There we go. That's boss 5 done out of 6. And we're back here again. Hi, Echo.
The light in your eyes. Insufferable. I wish I could snuff it out.
She grumpy.
I told you I'm not your enemy, Echo. I don't want to hurt you.
We've had this conversation 3 times already. We don't need to do that bit again.
Oh? You would activate the Starseed. You would tear me apart.
How can you know what will happen?
You are not the first to try, nor the first to torment me.
What other choice is there? The Starseed is the only shot my world has.
If only that were true. I know how you fail people. You can't save anyone, not even yourself.
And crunch. That still leads into my suspicions about what the Echo is. Though that also points out the extra point in favor of the other theory I had, that the Echo is actually the heart of the Ultra Void. No, he's just chilling now. He's just taking a nap, and he's melting. Well, that's the end of him. Getting real tired, waking up face first on metal.
Ray, the Starseed is nearly operational. More of our memories are also coming online. We are trying to make sense of them.
I'm still willing to bet that once we reassemble all of Sid's memories, Sid will remember that the Starseed was activated at least once before and it didn't do what we need it to.
Someone set the Starseed's energy capacitors into an overloaded state. Readings indicate void signatures far greater than targeted operating limits.
Oh, good. Good.
What does that mean? Can we fix it?
It doesn't look good, Ray. Activating the Starseed now would be highly dangerous. We can no longer predictably collapse the Ultra Void in order to release our planet from its pull. Our only option is to shut the Starseed down entirely.
No. We came this far. Sid, why would someone do this?
The likely candidate for who did it is Pyat, considering he had a whole other plan going on with the Starseed before.
Perhaps our memory logs are damaged, but it appears they were attempting to use the Starseed to modify the fabric of space-time itself, so to speak.
They might have succeeded. Given what we've been seeing in this place, they might have succeeded.
Alter space-time? Is that possible? Could we reverse time if we activate the Starseed now?
Theoretically, yes. But the calculations required to...
Sid, this may be our only chance to put things back to the way they were. Before the Ultra Void, before all of this. We have to take it.
This is going to end so badly. As those that were here in the first session of this will remember, I brought up the potential that we might be in a loop. I have a suspicion that messing with time with the Starseed did work, but not quite. Thus leaving Ray being moved through time and everyone else not.
We know you have the best intentions, but you would risk creating an irreparable schism in our reality. We fear there would be terrible repercussions if performed incorrectly.
That's why you're doing the calculations, Sid.
Ray, we insist.
I want it done. That's an order.
This is gonna go badly. This is gonna go badly.
Beginning Starseed Attunement Protocol. Processing photon amplitude assessment. Assessment complete.
You can't see it, but I'm shaking my head the entire time.
Processing temporal condition assessment. Processing temporal condition assessment. Processing.
That's not a good sign either.
Sid. No, don't tell me.
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation. Please try again later.
Yeah, you're asking for a physically impossible calculation.
What? No, Sid! We're so close!
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation.
I have to keep moving forward, Sid. I'm sorry.
This is going to end so badly, but we're gonna do it anyway. Where's our next move? Over there. I could finish off the plot point with the Admiral, but I'm not that invested in his problem. And honestly, finding the rest of his away teams probably just gonna be a lot more finding corpses. And I don't feel like continuing to give him bad news. Not when we're so close to ending this. Whether it's gonna end well or not. There comes a point where you may as well just rip the band-aid off and find out whether your arm's falling off or not. I'm gonna stab you in the eye again. Poke. And that's how we get into a new area. We go and stab a red eyeball in the face. And now to what theoretically might be the last area of the game.
This must be where the rest of Auric's elders live.
Oh, great. Looks like Lava World. Did we go to hell? We might have went to hell. Gonna go out on a limb and assume I don't want to land in that yellow stuff. Looks like the rest of it's over there. Lots of mushrooms again. Can't break that. Don't know what that does. Yeah, every time we get crushed by that echo, by the way, we permanently lose a section of our shield until we use plasma at Sid in order to be able to recharge it. Which is mildly annoying, but not like a major issue. These spores are from the area before the last one we did. We just touch one of those and then go back to one of these that matches its color, and we can open it up. The overflowing core. I'm gonna speak. Oh! It's a giant goop bat. Okay. You know what? I don't know what I was expecting.
Standing in my way.
But Goop Satan wasn't one of them. Cache nearby, presumably around this bend then? Or was that arrow significant? Hello? One above here. How do I achieve the rooftop? Probably not how you're meant to do that, but you know what? We're here. How many times have I said that today already? Like 4 times? Doesn't matter.
It seems I've drawn the short straw, and I must now traverse these lava flows to find a suitable calibration point for the starseed conduit. My hazard suit ensured I was the only viable candidate. Scans indicate this area was formed from 2 distinct planets. One made of molten pyroxenes, the other even stranger. It appears to be an ultra-dense crust comprised of nearly every scientifically known compound. The heat drives these fungi wild, and there are plenty of nutrients in the soil to propel their growth. If I had more time, I'm sure I could learn something useful for our agriculture back home.
So it's combined between the mushroom planet, which is what we were dealing with 2 areas ago, with Agaric and his elders, and a lava planet. Okay. That's the torso of Tufty's
Tuft
suit.
must be having a field day looking through this place. Now I just need to find her.
I'm intrigued by the hazard suit, because I presume that means I can get protection from things like the acid, and possibly from the lava, too. Does this still light up? Nope, so that was the cache that one was attached to. They won't light up anymore if you find the cache they're attached to. It's a good way to make sure you can determine which ones you've done and not done. But there being more than one area attached to this mushroom place explains why we never found the Whispering Cathedral they were talking about. That must be this place.
Must be the Crystal Palace Auric mentioned.
Yeah.
It's sealed shut. Better come back later.
Guess visiting hours aren't up yet. Whoo! Well, this place is gonna be fun, isn't it? Lava, lava everywhere. Whew. What is this? Super lava? Oh. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume I can't skate on lava, but I might have to figure out if I can. Because simply put, it seems like we're stuck otherwise. There's a big weak point up there, goddamn. That's probably important. And there's Space Satan right there. Okay, the Sid point is over there, so... I might... Since I can't go into the building, I feel like I have to try skating on lava. I don't think I have any other choice. It's probably gonna hurt. Yep, that didn't work. So I'm missing something then. Curiouser and curiouser. Can't break those. It's also interesting that there's 2 ways up here. Oh. We need to go get the blue spore again. I know I was missing something. It was right in front of my face the entire time. Yep, now we've got another grind rail, which takes us to progress. Did not realize there was another one of you. These are the only things I would say the attack boost might be worth it for, because they are tanky. Oh, and the landmines are back, huh? Okay. Easily enough dealt with. Up. Okay, weak point is right in front of us. Probably involves going up there, though, so let's not jump straight into that. Probably a catch to it. I'm gonna have to figure that out before I can manage to get that done.
These mushrooms are new.
Oh! I see. So the moment I hit it, it chucks you. All good, Tiny. Good luck with work. Okay, it does go straight to that immediately, so up we go, and in the eye. Oh hey, an eye where it actually feels like it should be. That's surprising in this game.
Gotta find a way to get Sid back. But first I need to restore signal to the conduit in this sector.
Okay, so we got a yellow mushroom. Yellow spore. We... There's another spot to put yellow, but there's also another spore point for yellow. Huh. This seems incredibly dangerous and stupid, which is exactly why I'm going to try it. Okay, there's a path behind there. That was the other reason I went for it, was to get a look at it from the other side. See if there was a path. Since there is, we just need to find that other path, which is probably going to be visible from over here somewhere. Huh. Thought it would have been right there somewhere. Or did I get my directions crossed? Okay. Orange rocks are also death. Yeah, no, I got my directions crossed. But if you look, there's another rock back behind there. Oh, but it is under the overhang. Hmm. Probably gotta go further up and around, and then we might spot a path to get there. So the obvious answer would be wait until I see a cache sign somewhere around here. Oh, I see.
That could come in handy.
That's a shortcut back. Which, since that's where the entry to that building is, that's actually going to be very helpful. There's another cache over there as well. That is definitely not reachable via conventional means. Which, admittedly, we all know I'm nothing if not unconventional, but that's beyond me at the moment. I can't fly. I can only jump good. And there's some debate on the jump good. Aha! There's the cache we were talking about before. Okay, good, it counted. Oop. And that gets us a way out of here.
I found the most spectacular library, filled with cultural volumes beyond comprehension. A catalog of ancient lore and artifacts from across the galaxy. If only the Academy could witness this font of knowledge, we could answer the greatest scientific puzzles known to this world. It is unfortunate we will not have time to index these. The calibrations of the starseed are too fragile to leave any room for imprecision.
And that seems to have not worked out either way. But that's neither here nor
Sure you
there.
managed to scan a few things before moving on, Tufty. Now where did you go?
Sadly, I think we know where she went. At least insofar as she went to her death somewhere. Just where that somewhere is will remain to be seen until we get there. But I'd be very surprised if she survived, considering no one else has. But maybe they'll pull the rug out from under me on that, and we will actually have a surviving crew member who will tell us what the hell happened. Okay, I did need to grab red before coming across this. I had a feeling, since the other red was for a shortcut, it made sense for that to be used for something else actually important. But it was better to check the path first, since these are on a time limit.
Should be easier to get back this way.
Okay, that one leads back to where we just were, and this one leads to where that cache is I was looking at that I wasn't going to be able to reach. Let's go get that cache before I get distracted. Ack. I'm gonna have to go the long way then. Fair enough. Deal with the mines first. No. There we go. Shortcut opened. Cache sign is there. Where does this take me? Up the wall. Straight to the weak point. But first, grab this.
No, Tufty. Please. No.
Yeah, considering what's the positioning of so many of these people as they've died, I have a sneaking suspicion they all died when the starseed activated the first time. Like, something about the wave from it killed them all. Because remember what they were saying about it needing to take everything.
Hyatt has convinced the rookie that there is a way out of this. That the if overloaded with energy will return everything it was. I fear he's not entirely wrong. I've long theorized that the starseed could produce a cataclysmic space-time event if calibrated incorrectly. What Pyatt is suggesting is not only but threatens all existence throughout the galaxy and beyond. I programmed a manual override in the starseed. Thought that leaving all of our lives in the hands of an AI was fine. It appears I was wrong. Sid never would have made a mistake like this. Death is coming. No one will be saved. The universe is a cold, unjust place. Nothing left to do but wait for it to take us all.
And yeah, that's pretty much where mine's at on that one, too. The usual, you try to avert disaster, but you try to do it the wrong way, so you cause a different disaster. And this is lining up. Except for the fact that Verse and Pyatt did not get along. So how could Pyatt have convinced Verse unless Verse isn't the rookie? To Tufty's perspective, we don't know who Tufty considers the rookie. What what also doesn't make this line of thought make sense is everyone died in their areas. So either this override happened and then long after the explosion that killed everyone happened, or something else interfered and the situation was changed. We found Pyatt near one of his records. We found Verse near one of his records. We found Irving near one of his. We found Tufty now near one of hers. And we also found... his name escapes me, but the one we just were dealing with, for some reason his name left my brain, but he was also near one of his records. None of them were near the Starseed. So unless the manual override can be enacted from one of the various points, I don't understand how somebody could have enacted the override and then gotten back to where they died. That doesn't line up.
Tufty, I hope you were wrong.
Unless...
I don't really have any other choice.
Because there's one entity that isn't dead at any of these locations, and that's us. There's the entire possibility that this, as I said multiple times before, is a loop. We are doing what we've already done before, but just nobody else got taken along for the ride. So we're making the same mistake again, but for different reasons. There's a lot of options for what this could all mean. That's just where my theory's currently lying. And it's backed by what the Echo has been telling us the entire time, where others have tried to use the Starseed and failed.
One less ooze, one step closer to restoring Sid.
Which, others having used the Starseed before means one of two things. One, the Starseed itself is the artifact that was found that started Void Tech for this race in the first place. And that might be one of the things Pyatt was keeping under his hat about the whole thing. Two, it's a loop. And that would also resume the implication I had in my mind that the Echo is actually an Echo of Rey, considering the Echo looks a lot like Rey and is impaled on her own weapon. But we don't know. We don't know anything yet. We've got pieces of information scattered all over this, but there's no guarantee any of that's correct. They could still pull a complete 180 on any of this. Okay, there's the Sid point, so we do actually want to go there.
One conduit closer to activating the Starseed.
Terminal calculation. Sending location data to your multi.
No! I'll find a way to get you back online. Hang in there, Sid.
This is why you don't ask machines stupid questions, because they will take them as you need to know this information and implode trying to figure it out. Yeah, we've got 4 more things for Ames, the whole who's still left for Arik, and 1 spot left for Lyris. And back when we were over here, the Forest Altar was mentioned, right as we were entering this area. So I would presume still that it's in one of these two areas. And that would finish off her little plot line. Especially since we didn't... Actually, no, we did find Lyris punching the Dross Harvester in Ironroot Basin. So we know that they were there. I don't know. We still have 3 more points left to break here. And then that would be theoretically the end of the game.
Detected. Loading emergency services.
Let's go ahead and get our shield back.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Sid, are you still in there? Please, you can stop. I'm sorry.
Very well. Terminal calculation loop. Very well. Starseed attunement protocol. Very well. Terminal calculation loop. Very well. Processing temporal condition assessment. Very well. How can we help you?
That might have gotten better? I'm not sure that got any better. I think we broke our friend. The only friend we have here, and we put her in a brain loop. Okay, so the only remaining targets are over there. I do want to find the remaining caches, though, of which there are 3. They're probably all in the same direction. I had a feeling I was gonna get spiked on that one, but I didn't bother to deal with him like I should have. Because that's what I was worried about, was landing on the mines off of that move. There we go. Because if you stop at all on those mines, they hurt you. There's no room for error on them. Which they do, thankfully, only do 1 hit of damage to you, so it's not like they're the biggest issue, they're just kind of annoying. And I take a point of pride in the fact that up until the last area we were in that had them, which is this one, I never got touched by them. So I kept managing to skate through quick enough that it didn't matter. Now they're adding enough enemies near them that it's no longer as possible to keep doing that. Without being a lot more perfect than I usually am. Which, that's something I do have to point out, though. This is a game that almost demands perfection from you and how you have to move and things, and yet it doesn't frustrate me. And I don't know why. I think I'm just too lost in thought about what information the game's given me and enjoying the fluidity of movement enough that it's not bothering me. But I do have to acknowledge that because of the fact that I have pointed that kind of thing out in numerous other instances. So I feel like that is a worthwhile thing to mention. Okay, that assumption worked out. We got gunners again. There's one on the ceiling. It also doesn't hurt that this game doesn't punish you that much. If you make mistakes, you usually can get away with it. With only being mildly inconvenienced. Which that helps lessen the frustration immensely. To use Lies of P as an example, you get significantly more punished in a game like that because you, 1, leave your stuff behind where you die, and you're a lot more likely to just straight up die from a small mistake. Whereas in this, usually a mistake just costs you 1 hit of health. Sometimes it will cost you more. I've definitely had times where I've taken multiple hits off of a simple mistake. Especially early on, you will have more problems in that regard, because you have less health. This is ironically enough a game that's become easier the longer I've been playing it, not harder. Because you get enough plasma to start building up more health, to have more room to make mistakes. And you also become more comfortable with the controls. Which is actually not that big an issue, because the controls for this are very simple. You have a escape button, a jump button, and a boost button. The application of those is everything beyond that. And your attack, of course, but you've seen that plenty. Not that you haven't seen the other moves quite a bit as well, but there could have been an assumption where there was more moves than that at play. But no, those are the only buttons you have. Okay, there's a cache around somewhere. Is it behind? No. It's probably up there, then. Which means I probably need the red... Yep, it's up on the wall. So we need this to get to it, probably. Which means I need to find a red spore pod. Like, you have a shocking amount of movement control, despite how frantic and fast it may seem. You actually have incredible amounts of control over your movement. Like, I can stop very quickly, if I need to. It's not stop on a dime, but nor should it be. And you can definitely control your momentum quite well with your double jump.
I've run the calculation 100 times, each time hoping for a different result. Alas, the truth is in the numbers. We even if we were to power up the Stargate at this very moment, the planet's too far compromised. I know I must carry on if there's any chance at all of saving our people, but it's too heavy. The maglifts must be malfunctioning. I can't lift my arms. I need to sit down. I need to gather my strength. I need to tell the others.
I don't think your parts are malfunctioning. I think the weight of that might have just took the wind out of your sails that much.
No, it's not too late, Tufty. I'll fix this.
You're in denial, I think, Ray. And that's probably why we're dealing with the consequences right now.
How can anything survive this heat?
I mean, you're doing it just fine right now. You haven't melted yet.
Just keep skating.
Where is the source of these mines? There it is. That will never stop being weird. Seeing everything over there just upside down. Or are we the one upside down? Who knows? Okay. Ah. Another one of you. Makes sense. Now, how do I deal with you? There's one weak point. Doesn't seem like there's any gimmicks here. This might just be a matter of climb good. Well, we can give it a shot. Okay, it's just doing the loop I did already, so that's not too bad. first try.
I am not looking forward to taking that thing down.
You and me both. I doubt Space Satan will be very friendly. We're still missing 2 spots and 2 caches. It's entirely possible that the remaining 2 spots also have the remaining 2 caches near them. Because sometimes I've overthought it and ended up thinking that they're somewhere crazy and they're not. Well, there's my other target right up there. Actually, I get a very commanding view of the area from here, so I really should take a look at this. There's the weak point right there, actually. You can see the bar from it. I don't see a cache, though, from up here. Down here? Up here? To be real, I don't know what to call that. I'm just gonna say over there and over here. Just trying to make any other directional sense of that is just going to make my head spin. Where does that tendril go that I would be using to get back? Ooh. Oh, there's another cache just right in the middle of a minefield. Okay. That's great. Where's the controller for that minefield? Presumably this way. Wow, I have to go real far out of my way to get this one, don't I? God damn. They're making bigger and bigger minefields each time, I swear. But that solves the mystery of where at least one of the caches is, because it was just right here in my path.
My task is complete. The conduit is assembled, but hope evades me. The starseed can only reverse the physical properties of the Ultra Void. I fear time itself is now the enemy of our people. And the window has passed. There will never be another sunrise on the shores of Barrows. Every blade of grass weighed heavy by condensation, evaporated. Every musical reverberation muted. My love, Layra, you and our daughter will fade into the night as cosmic dust. I should have stayed home to enjoy the last few days we had left. What a fool I was to come here.
If you stayed home, you'd be sitting there saying what a fool you were to not try. If you came here, you end up saying what a fool you were to come here. You were damned if you didn't. At least you tried.
You did it for them, Tufty. I'm gonna make sure they still have a chance.
No, I think that other path might have actually led somewhere further. I should follow that. Because there's this. Oh yeah. It's been well written so far. It's by no means the most well-written story I've ever heard, but it's doing its job well. Every single character has had an identity instead of just being insert or box they were put in here. They did a decent job picking out voice acting talent for them, considering they actually sound like they have emotion instead of just being I am a robot. This must be the library she was talking about. Catalog of nautical themed medallions and their prices. Book about a stuffed yellow bear with a red scarf named Lancel. Poem by Auric, titled Bearer of Null.
Free this mold, loam flattened from careless repetition. Player in the dream of the long dead theater, trapped in final utterance. Life slips away.
The manual for an extremely pedantic maze game. A quote from the creator describes the experience as a love letter to fans of Cicero postal stamps. Oof. Collection of letters from a mourning father to his deceased son, Delecto. The room is extremely hot and humid, but the streams of lava provide ample reading light. I mean, I guess if you can survive the heat, sure. A novel about an ex-military investigator. They threaten to beat their enemies to death and drink their blood from a boot. It's noted this book was so popular on its planet that children would incessantly shout, "I'll drink your blood from a boot," at each other. This eventually led to a worldwide ban of all footwear except sandals, which were deemed unsuitable as a blood-quaffing device. You know, that's one way to handle... Oh, hi. This is another one of the elders.
This must be one of the Umbra elders. Better use the chant Art gave me.
And they expect me to remember it, which I think I do.
Elders who dream? In crepuscular infinity. Part the eternal veil and enlighten me? Elders who dream in crepuscular infinity. Part the eternal veil and enlighten me.
I am the collector of the missing. I died 601 cycles ago, nose buried in a tomb. I am Umbra. One acolyte, Auric, remains apart from the Umbra when they are long past due, joining us. My Celium records indicate you have only managed to bring one lost soul into the eternal cycle during your time amongst the living. A garden must not only be well tended, but full of diverse life forms, Auric. Wait. Something else. I detect another soul. You are not Auric.
You know, you didn't catch on to that nearly as quick as the last one did.
The voices in my ears whisper that you are not what you seem. What the void divided shall no Umbra unite.
Yep, that's matching into what I was suspecting.
How cryptic, incomplete, and pointlessly poetic. Such are the voices of timeless beings, but I have never known them to be absent a kernel of truth. You shall find no more help here.
I like this collector one. Because I agree very heavily with this statement here. That timeless beings tend to be cryptic and unable to really be very helpful.
I need to know if any other Void Runners are alive.
Oh, we suppose we could do one favor for a biotic with such an aura of guilt and desperation. We keep fastidious records of all biotic visitors. Let me consult them for you. How fascinatingly dreadful. Another traveler bore the same burden as you. It seems they had brushed off our aid in favor of attempting to rekindle the light of a dead star.
Where are they now?
You know, with the name Starseed, that was another thing I was worried about was going to be the consequences of our actions with the Ultra Void, considering it's a black hole. What happens if we just turn it back into a living star and we just cook our planet instead? Because that would end badly.
I'm afraid I don't know, dear stranger. I fear endless life makes my kind into hysterical historians.
Precisely. Stars like the sun can turn into black holes. Therefore, the starseed, if it reverses the nature of the Ultra Void, would turn it back into a star, which would basically be like putting the sun right next to your planet.
I must exhaust the last of my hospitality to tell you to leave. Your soul is not fit for collecting. You had better see to that to ensure your place in the Eternal Garden.
Well, that was enlightening, but also not. A collection of short stories about a builder who continually has accidents with their electrical tools. This book goes into great details about the various grunting sounds made by the protagonist. That's a home improvement reference, surprisingly. A book that details the different eras of historical dress from marine life. Okay. A self-published tome. Everything in the world you ever cared about is all right here, and other nuggets from the collector. I don't think he cared for his own book that much. This is not junk, the collector. I mean, it's books.
Tufty would have loved spending time with these tablets.
I mean, Tufty was presumably the one that was here before us.
How does Arik find the time to light all of these?
In a place this hot, do you even need to light candles? I feel like they might just light themselves. But yeah, that's just another in the long list of ideas that popped into my head when thinking about how this whole Starseed thing could go wrong. Bringing the black hole back to life and just cooking their whole planet. You're saved! We're all burning! You're saved from being crushed to death. Yes, but no. That didn't work. Can't reach him. Okay, there's another cache nearby. Keep my eyes open for that. First, let's deal with this problem. Oh, well, there's the cache. Ow. Rude, sir. Nope, I'm gonna get this. You ain't gonna stop me. He's gonna shoot again before I get this done. Got the perfect angle to be annoying about this. I'm gonna have to go up there and get him. Specifically him. The other ones don't matter. Him, though, he needs to die. He is between me and my prizes, therefore he has written his own life off. It's very fortunate that I'm not 100% sure which one it is anymore. Unfortunately for it, though, that just means its entire species needs to go instead. One of those might have been the right one. Yes, that was the right one. Now we can go get the cash before I forget about it.
The Starseed technology, the source of all void tech, was discovered in a place not unlike this one. Deep beneath our planet's crust, surrounded by magma beds, it emitted a faint but consistent gamma wave. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but Piet was convinced it wanted to be found, that it was divine intervention, God in the machine. Now I see he told me what I wanted to hear. He told me if we built it, then science as we knew it would be upended. He tells everyone what they want to hear, and I'm afraid in this darkest of hours, he found an open ear in the Rookie. It's not too late. The Starseed he deactivated, destroyed. If only she could hear me. If there really is a God, then God help us all.
So that helps narrow down who the Rookie is, and my suspicion that the Rookie is Rey might be correct. So, if anybody's wondering why I just started laughing, looking at what this suit does, we've already got all the stashes. Getting them in order means that this is completely useless. This is fantastic for people who rushed through and got this one to go get the rest. But for someone who went in order from start to finish, this is completely useless.
You tried to destroy the Starseed? Is that what happened here?
No, Rey, you're misunderstanding. The Starseed was misused, from the sound of things. Or at least from Tufty's perspective. That's what it's sounding like happened. Considering these are all from different people's perspectives, we don't know what the truth actually is. Based on what everyone as a collective has been saying, Piet being a liar and telling people what they want to hear definitely tracks. That makes sense. He's been selling ice to Eskimos this entire time. That much is true. Which is probably not a turn of phrase I really should use anymore, but either way. It makes the point. Selling water to fish is probably the better statement there. Okay, now we can see about dealing with the eyeball that's here. So we've got all the parts. We're just missing 2 fights. And then the boss fight. And then, presumably, we bring about disaster. Most likely. And everything we're getting from Tufty's logs really reinforces what I was thinking before about we screwed up and we're now suffering because of it. Take your pick as to the manner of suffering. Be it a karmic thing, a scientific thing, biblical, take your pick. They all kind of lead the same way. If we're just kind of in a loop. Okay, we probably did want to use all those jumps, so we'll wait for this to reset and then do that again. Sometimes it just throws you into a goddamn wall. Because we need to get to that point over there. And the only way I can think of to do that would be to go the long way around and just do it as fast as we can. These do in fact lead to that. And I was apparently correct. That was the answer. Unfortunately, I was too slow on this last one. But it was the last one. I'm very curious to see if I'm even going to be close to correct with what's going on here. I suspect that I won't be. That my whole theory is just a bunch of bullshit my brain concocted. There's potential. And the reason why I suspect that I'm wrong is because everything I've said leaves 1 or 2 things unaccounted for. Each. So that makes it unlikely to be the correct answer. It may be part of the correct answer. But short of sitting there and listening to every log side by side, looking for inconsistencies and comparing all of that, I doubt I'd be able to form a better guess than what I've formed so far. I threw myself too far, even for the damn time slip reach to get. In many ways, I will be glad when this game is done, as much as I've enjoyed it. Because at least that'll bring an end to the questions in my brain. Or at least to some of them. So we'll at least see something happen. I don't know if they'll actually answer any of our questions. I find it unlikely that we'll actually get straight answers to anything. But with a final piece to the puzzle, it would at the very least help me draw a conclusion I'm happy enough with, whether it's right or wrong. That's what I needed to do, use my time slip reach. I keep forgetting that that exists because it's so very rarely necessary. It would make certain moves a lot easier, but I always forget I have it.
Just hang in there, Sid. I'm doing everything I can.
Like, I'm betting we'd actually get a very different story, to a degree, if I sat there and tracked down everything for Ames, everything for the woman that was at the massacre in the first area, and everything for Arik. Because they would give us perspective on what was already happening here. And things they would have seen. Now, I don't know how useful some of it would be, just based purely on logic. I would have to assume that Ames would be the only one that would actually be able to tell us something useful, because he might have witnessed something. Like, he would have seen, potentially, where Gozem went. Considering they were in the same area. But there's also no guarantee they were in the same area at the same time. We don't know when Ames got there and when Gozem died. Considering he was around a broken ship, it's possible that Gozem and Ames were there at the same time. I hate those flyers so much. Because so frequently they'll be in just awkward enough a spot that you can't hit them. But if you don't go out of your way to get them, they'll tag you when you're trying to get something done and lead to a situation exactly like what happened. There we go. That's all of the marks hit to trigger the boss fight. The Burning Hunter, the Massive Anomaly. Multiple of these have been massive anomalies, but I feel like not all of them were. But one of the things that a lot of my thoughts don't account for is the anomalies themselves. A lot of my theories don't account for their existence. Huh.
Umbra Elder. Time to use the Spore Song. Elders who dream in crepuscular, in part the eternal...
Almost all of these are number 2, by the way.
Elders who dream
Which is part of how I remember it.
infinity.
It goes 2, 3, 2, 2.
And enlighten me.
So I don't even have to remember the words. I just need to remember what spot in the dialogue box they are, because it's the same every time.
I am the tender of the garden. I died 4,291 cycles ago, strangled by ethereal vines. I am Umbra.
It's a hell of a way to go.
Ah, sweet Arik, gentle Umbra, fellow gardener. Your love of life is your curse. I too once was deceived by the mirage that is living. Take heed of my warning. Our life's purpose is to cultivate the dead. Only in the eternal garden can souls find lasting purpose. Join us now, or be cast out for eternity. A seedy plot. You are not Arik, an abomination. Something outside of life. A blight on the garden. Your pungent ichor offends our senses. Be gone.
And there it is again. Something outside of life. Something that might not be alive, but might not be dead.
My world is on a collision course with this place. Has a planet ever survived an impact like that?
Survival isn't everything, Biotic. All lives ended in the void will have a place in the eternal garden. Let us assure you, there is nothing to fear in death.
That's easy for somebody who's dead to say.
Doesn't help me at all. My people don't have to die.
I mean, eventually they do. Everybody has to die. Nothing lasts forever.
Please. They grow gardens in my world too. It'll all turn to ash if I can't stop it.
A poisonous aura chokes this place when you speak. The Hyphae quiver. The little mushrooms have seen you, and they wither in dread. You are the bearer of Null. You have been removed from the sacred cycle, and are not fit to nurture the living or the dead.
And that has been told to us before by one of these, us having been removed from the cycle.
Please go. I must see to the little ones.
Another poem by Eric, titled Prayer.
Elders of spore and mildew, help us see that without spores, the mildew would not be.
Fitting we would find one of the Umbra right when we're on the verge of dying as well. Hopefully it'll have a hard time tracking me for a moment while I figure some things out. I want to see if we can get in here now. Or do we have to do the whole pilgrimage to get in? We have to do the whole pilgrimage to get in. How much of that's left? Looks like we might have missed one back in this area. The Eternal Garden itself. Considering... I feel like the Collector would have been the first one you would find in this area. And it would make sense for 3 to be over there and then 4 to be here. But I might be wrong about that. We definitely need to find health before this thing shoots me again, though. I am enjoying the music that is playing while it's trying to hunt me down, though. Very fitting for a clash like this. Ow. We're ending up not really gaining anything here. There we go. Problem is, I also don't know exactly where that yellow spore that would send us up there is. I'm just kind of skating around looking for it while I heal. It's gotta be around somewhere, right? Sid. Oh, that's unhelpful. It's telling me where he is, not where the thing I need is. There it is.
Smokestacks to launch myself into the air.
Oh, it's any of the smokestacks. Okay. Gotcha. What? It just didn't let me grab that spot. Well, that was kinda shitty. Yeah, we can just wait for it to come back around, I think. Yeah, because he's swinging right back around towards us. And we can use the smokestack itself as cover. Guess not. Wow, this one's timing is brutal.
It's just you and me now. Come and get me.
Not sure I'm gonna like this fight. I feel like this fight might be one that makes this game nowhere near as fun. Which it makes sense, because I guess this is theoretically final boss, considering there might not be anything after this. Depending on how they are running this. Yeah, those are spaced just so. Okay. I'll be right back in a quick second here, y'all. And then I'm gonna continue fighting that thing. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? On the bright side, with where we're at, we keep getting healed every time. So we more or less have an infinite amount of tries. Just gonna take time to get this done. And I'm kinda wishing I had the extra boosts right about now. With the kind of turns I'm having to make. Nice, first hit. That weakened his wings. Come and get me, big and ugly, or I'm gonna get you. Yep, I just could not get there in time on that one. That one was brutal. They really expected to be using the time slip a lot more at this phase of the game, it seems. But it worked. Whew. 2 hits on the final fight here. Or, there might even be another fight after this. I don't know.
Weaker and more desperate.
It sounds familiar. Let's go. Round 3. I really almost screwed that up. Oh, the camera. The camera had a real moment on that one, and it was almost a real big problem. Are you kidding me? You're trying to expect me to go that far for one? Oh, they actually gave me a second chance, and I did not realize it. God damn it. God damn. I was too flabbergasted trying to figure out how they expected me to go that far within that time frame. Because that was ridiculous. Tiny, why have the bats betrayed us? Why? Why? Why is giant lava bat such a problem? Ah. Got it. They really want me to go down to the tip of the tail and back, huh? Okay. I can do that. You know, till I get stuck on an invisible chunk there. I mean, that is true. Or, at the very least, some of us do. Come on, game. Don't screw me now. Damn it. Yes. Got it. I really thought I missed that. Whew. Here we are again.
The last of the remnants are gone. It won't be long now.
I don't know what's keeping you here, but nothing you say or do will stop me from activating the Starseed.
You speak with such passion, but the fire in your eyes does not belong to you. You belong to it. All those remnants you killed. Did you ever wonder where they came from?
Definitely questioned that many times, yeah.
Did they seem familiar?
Yeah.
No, they're abominations. They had to die so my world
No.
could survive. It was the only way.
No, they aren't.
Grief has made you blind. I am asking you to let go.
I can't do that.
And around we go, spiraling ever downward.
Nothing was learned. I still need that shield, you know, game. better or worse, that's all the charges. That's all the remnants dead.
Sid. Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation loop. No! This is my fault. I'm sorry I did this to you, but I can't turn my back on everything I came here to protect.
Well, and I bet Sid would have been able to tell us something that would have potentially avoided things here.
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation loop. Please try again later. Collapsing the Ultra Void is no longer an option. And I won't shut down the Starseed. Not when we're this close. But a chance to start over. To erase all of this suffering. I'd give anything for that.
Some things can't be changed.
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation loop. Please try again later. Abort calculations! Super user commands can only be run from the central Starseed conduit. Critical systems offline.
Well, at least we can stop Sid and have a conversation then if we go back to the main hub. Or at least potentially. Maybe learn something that might avert disaster here at the end.
Systems offline. Terminal abort calculations. Aborting. Ray, the Starseed is fully functional.
There we go.
Sid, you're back online. Why, yes, it appears we are. It feels as if we've been lost in thought. What happened? I don't have time to explain, but I'm so glad you're back. And I need your help. I need you to activate the Starseed. Ray, our readings indicate energy signatures far greater. I know, Sid. And I know the dangers. We don't have time to predict every possible outcome. I'm ready to activate the Starseed. Whatever the cost. Very well, Ray. Beginning Starseed activation protocol. Strange. It appears a Void Runner has locked us out of the activation control system. We are unable to proceed. There has to be another way. There is a failsafe at the summit of the Starseed, which allows for manual override. But Ray, if you reach the top, it is statistically unlikely you will ever come back down.
I had a feeling there was gonna be one more thing.
Sid, thank you. I don't know what will happen next, but I hope to see you on the other side. We must fight every circuit in our logic core to say this, but we believe we will see you again.
Thanks for the faith, even though you aren't allowed to say that.
Engaging Starseed maintenance rail. Good luck, Ray.
But if a Void Runner's locked it, does that mean there's another one left? Does that mean someone's still out there? But we've already accounted for everyone, I thought. Unless there's more than one of us. Okay, that's a nice touch. It's playing another note every time we pass one of those. I definitely see why they were saying we probably won't come back down. So it looks like we're going into the seat itself. That swirling energy looks familiar.
No, no, no!
There it goes. The planet's destroyed. There's the echo.
You see it now, don't you? You finally see the truth.
Truth is what I make it! I can bring them all back!
You sound like me. You always do, at the end.
Mm-hmm. I don't have another choice. I've only got one input to make here. Trying any other buttons don't do anything. You can probably hear me pressing keys attempting to abort this, because this isn't gonna work. But here we go.
Do not draw this out. Show some mercy.
Yeah, I was gonna start mashing the button to see if it would go faster.
I didn't want to hurt you!
If that's true, you would destroy the Starseed.
I don't have an input to do that, or I would.
Enough. Don't you get it? We were too late. We've always been too late.
You knew?
She did try to tell us.
Our planet was already lost. But I couldn't face the truth. Thought I could use the Starseed to change what had already come to pass.
Who are you?
I'm a relic of the past. And you're the part of me that won't let me forget.
Mm-hmm.
Forever repeating our mistakes. We are two halves split by the Starseed. Eternally tessellating.
Called it. Not that it was subtle, but it was called.
But that means...
The Starseed doesn't reverse time. It just repeats it. Over and over, our world is ripped apart. We've never had a choice. The clouds you dance on are the remains of our home.
I can't accept that. I'll start over. There has to be another way.
There's only one choice left to make. Accept the truth. Destroy the Starseed. Let me go!
We could activate it again and perpetuate this loop. Or believe what we're told and destroy the Starseed. Considering I've been in the camp of activating the Starseed is a bad idea from the word go, I'm actually going to destroy it. There's a chance we're being deceived, and there's a chance that the fact that we are so coincidentally watching our planet be destroyed when we happen to get up here is all an elaborate deception to get us to destroy the Starseed so that the Ultra Void can continue. But I'm inclined to think that what I'm being told is true. So we'll destroy it.
You listen. Why this time? It's killing you. For once, I can't see past this moment.
And besides, maybe by destroying the Starseed, we'll actually achieve what we aim to do the whole time. It's the only thing that's not been done already.
There's no saving them. All I did was prolong their suffering. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so...
Well, that was gruesome. So the fact that there were remnants in each area where each of our friends fell. Also made me wonder if each of those remnants
Pain is gone.
were our friends.
I feel like I can breathe again.
And that might be correct. Wow. Our little ghost form here is fast. Even as boosters. Huh. What do you know? What are you doing here?
Sid?
It's... How are you? Oh, we knew we would see you again. But something is different. Your presence is activating long dormant memory cells.
And that's because this is the original.
Sid? You see me? It's been so... How long has it been? I wasn't sure I still existed. I never thought I'd talk to you again.
We are remembering everything. Our arrival. The deaths of the Void Runners. The end of our planet. So much has been lost. And yet, we are still here. We believe we missed you.
And I am curious to see what would happen if I had activated the Starseed again. I would assume the game would have either reset, and we would have been back at the beginning and had to do it all again. Or it may have just happened the same way either way. It might have been an illusion of a choice.
I
don't
missed
know.
you too, Sid.
Even still, you are not complete. Does that make sense?
Ray, we destroyed the Starseed. It's not over yet, is it?
No.
You'd better go see for yourself.
I assume the broken Ray is probably going to be one last opponent. One final fight for us. Though we don't have shields. Yeah.
She broke the cycle, but she still became a monster. Just like every time before.
Oh, so that did happen every time.
She ended the Starseed cycle, so you might have the chance to end another. She's still part of you, isn't she?
Yep. Here we go.
I spent lifetimes watching her become a twisted and cruel monster. Clutching at her version of the truth.
She didn't know, but she does now.
Doesn't matter anymore. I have to end this.
Does she need to be destroyed? Perhaps there's another way.
That does sound like a hint that there may in fact actually be another way.
Wait. Look at her. What do you see?
Something very similar to what we fought every time. With fragments of the Starseed through them.
She's angrier at herself than anything else. Her hate, her sorrow, my guilt. I see myself. We're the same, but she's beyond saving.
You were too once.
That's true.
I don't have a choice.
You do, but it's up to you to
I
take
need
it.
to put her out of her misery.
Why put someone out of their misery when you can pull them out?
Sid's talking nothing but sense here, but I don't know if we'll be allowed to do anything with that information. Wretched Ray. There was a target point, I just didn't recognize it because it was a different color. It's an inversion of everything from before. You don't really want me to die. You just want this to end. And I agree with that. This does need to end. I don't know where I was supposed to go. I keep fighting the camera because it makes more sense for it to be up where I was. But it's actually down there. Oh, what is happening? I got caught in limbo there. That was weird. I had a feeling this was always going to get very heavy at some point, and boy oh boy is it delivering on what I expected. It's also really difficult. I wonder if we would have just gotten credits if I had activated the Starseed instead of destroying it, and this is like a secret boss instead. We do at least have infinite health for this. Guess this is a good representation of the infinite cycle between the two of them. Over and over again. I wonder if this is how each of them ended up an anomaly. I mean, now you're asking to die. And I think I'm going to have to oblige you on that. I don't think I'm going to get much of any other choice.
About this, Sid.
Okay, we're gonna rip the parts of the Starseed out in an attempt to end their suffering without killing them. Though removing these might still kill them. Did it just say thank you? Missed one. Shit. This is really good, yeah. If you think about it too much, it's definitely very heavy. There we go.
I don't know why,
Part
but
2.
you helped me. I know you're still in there.
One more to go. With the speed those are coming up, it's almost like a rhythm game at this point. Got it. Got it. Got it. More. And we got it.
We're still here. And we're not alone.
Let's see what happens.
We can't go back and change the past. We have to pick up the pieces and fix what's left. The truth is a heavy burden, but we can carry it together.
There you go. Just accept it. Become whole again.
Ray? Ray? Ray?
There we go.
You've managed to end the cycle. Time moves on. The Ultra Void is stable now.
But there's so much work to be done. So much to rebuild.
Our heart aches for the loss of those we all cared for. And the home none of us can return to. But what's left here is not without potential. This could be a place to start something new. Are you all right, Ray?
I think I will be.
There we go. The actual end of the game. They threw a lot in there at the end. They certainly just dropped it all on your head right there at the end. As I said before, it's pretty much what I expected to happen. The thing of it was, they made it very clear in a few spots that something was definitely wrong with the way anything was lining up. Between the fact that we were told time and again we were separated from life, the appearance of the Echo being the same as us and having our own weapon jammed through it, gave off a very heavy indication of an internal conflict. And I don't know. Just something in my gut instinct was also just screaming that one from the top. We did miss a few things. We didn't get closure of things for any of the side characters. But even they're getting to move on. And I think that's good enough for me.
Darb? Is that you?
At least the dog lived. Somehow. You know, that doesn't make a damn bit of sense, but I'll take it. I don't think I'll play through the game again to find out what would happen if I activated the Starseed. I think that's something I'm more than happy to leave up to somebody else to do. Because even though this game was short and this game was enjoyable, I just don't think there's enough left for me to do it again just to see a different ending. Because about the only thing I would say would end up happening is I would just do it a lot faster. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. I appreciate that. And that is the one game beaten for this month, too. Bringing us up to 31. We might get another one in before the end of the month, but I don't know. It's entirely possible that Sea of Stars will end up getting done before the month's over. And I might even end up finishing a game during the anniversary stream for all I know, because I still don't know what we're gonna end up actually doing during that. I know a lot's gonna happen. That's about all I know on that one. But I would say this game's definitely worth playing. That's another thing I can say for sure. I enjoyed how it kept me thinking the whole time. 31. We have not done more after hitting 30 at the end of August until now. 31's still a lot, considering that's more than 3 times how many months in we are. And I'd be lying if I said the ending here for Solar Ash didn't hit me a bit. Because there's been a lot of regret and shit like that spinning in my head for a very long time. So I can... It resonates a bit. We all have regrets. It did. That was incredible. It wasn't a huge fight, so it didn't take you away from actually soaking in the ending. It was made just long enough for you to hear everything, but also kept you moving forward. You easily could have ended up having a much worse time with that fight, I'm sure. And it would have ended up getting extended a lot as a result of it. Because, you know, I easily could have fumbled some of those jumps a lot more. Kind of like I did in the early parts of the game. But design-wise, they made this so that it moves along. It didn't hold your hand to make it easy to get through, but it also didn't purposely hold you down. It constantly gave you ways to keep moving. And that I appreciate. Because a lot of games end up being tough for sake of being tough. And that's not inherently a bad thing. Yeah. I just noticed. The copyright to Heart Machine for this was in 2021. Hang on. Oh yeah! This originally came out 2 years ago. Well, I'll be damned. Yeah. It's actually a re-release. Huh. Didn't know that. I wonder why, because it said that it even came out for Windows in 2021, so why is it being treated as a new release now? Doesn't matter. That's confusion for another time. Because, like, I could dig into that and try to make sense of that, but I'm not going to sit here and spin my wheels about that. So, schedule for the rest of the week should remain unchanged from yesterday. Mostly just a matter of we'll get through Sea of Stars on Thursday. Probably won't finish it. I don't know how much more there is actually left to that. It keeps oscillating between, oh yeah, it'll probably be done soon, to where the fuck are we even going? I've mostly been sitting here while I've been rambling trying to find a raid target. But I think this might be a time where we don't. Because I've got a couple decent options, but I am tired. That took more out of me than I expected it to. But it did end about the same time I expected it to, I will say that. It took me about 5 hours to get through it. So, all told, I think we played for something on the order of 10 hours? I actually have a time. Nah, game played for 8 hours and 5 minutes. Progress 93%, because we didn't do the side stuff. So we didn't end up getting the remaining 7%. I am curious, what happens if I load the game? Does it just put us back to right before I went up the Starseed? In which case, technically, we could actually go see the other ending immediately. Oh yeah! What do you know? No, I think I will leave the other ending as a mystery. Presuming that there is another ending. This way people have a reason to play the game. More so than just to play through it themselves. They have another ending to see. But yeah, as I said, I think we will just end without a raid today. Because I am, like I said, more tired than I expected to be, and this will allow me a little bit more time to get some other stuff done as well. So thank you all for taking the time to be here for this. Absolutely. And I will see you all Thursday. You have a good night. Bye.